Hi. Hello. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to the greatest live show of all time. That is right, everybody. Now, today we're going to be doing something a little bit less structured than, say, for instance, the whole Femyoz series. I decided, you know what, today we're just going to be talking, So it's still going to be formatted somewhat like a podcast, but we're not going to be sticking to one specific topic. Now, something that a lot of people have mentioned is the fact that I get derailed very easily, especially by chat. But if the entire stream is literally just me chatting for 69 minutes or however long it may be, probably longer than that, but just to start out with, we're gonna do the funny sex number. That's why it's funny. This is the part where you laugh out loud. So yeah, if I get derailed, no, I didn't, because it's impossible, because that's the whole point of this. The bottom girl is streaming again? Nuh-uh, I'm not a bottom, you're a bottom. Derailed, how about being railed? I mean, fair enough. Now, for those of you who are new here that are watching the VOD, if you will, I always make sure to include timestamps in the description below. So if you want to skip around for whatever wacky reason, maybe there's a topic you're not particularly interested in, though. Then again, this stream in particular is mostly just going to be me saying a whole lot of words. However, there's a few things that I have been, I guess, wanting to talk about. So, without further ado, I guess we'll get on to the, hold on. Also, I just caught a shiny Smo? I can't, I'm really good at pronouncing words, guys. And I'm gonna name it Obamna. Hell yeah. True, I am a bottom, but so are you. Shut up. Nuh-uh. You're the bottom. I'm not a bottom. You're a bottom. Chat, why are you like this? Why do you guys Abomas? I don't know what that is. I'm sorry. I should I know what that actually is? Or like, is it okay that I don't? Genuinely no idea. But yeah, anyways, oh boy. Now, I'll DM it on Discord. Alright, I'll look in a bit. But yeah, hold on. I just need to move that over there. Okay. Just have to get rid of that. Sorry, just had to close a few tabs, as you do when you're literally me. I'd call Femyoz a bottom, but I'm a bigger bottom. Well, at least you're honest. But yeah, anyways. Oh boy. I'm feeling good today. Oh, yeah, also, you know what? I'm gonna finally give Sub Sandwich his blue wrench back. Because why not? Smash like. You're welcome. Look, I know I'm inconsistent on whether or not people get mod, but just trust me, whatever I'm doing currently in the moment is the correct choice, I bet. But yeah, anyways, without further ado, let's get into the first segment, shall we? Now, oh god, how do we even, what do I even say for this? So basically, somebody DM'd me on Discord. Now, what did they DM me on Discord? All 0 of you are asking. Well, they DM'd me basically telling me that I was mentioned in a Cheeto video, or specifically by Turkey Tom. And I saw the part that I was mentioned in, which is like 5 seconds or less. And you know, I can't say I'm a happy camper. So instead of blue balling you, why don't I just show you the clip?
Yeah, right. And I'm surprised, Tom. This is like you're really fluent in like financial decision making. Like, was this all you, or did you like consult Gary Vee or anything?
I got a lot of advice. One of the people I looked to was Boogie2988. He gave me a lot of good advice on financial stuff.
Right.
Another person I looked to was Jalen. Also gave me a lot. Krusty the femboy has been giving me a lot of good spreadsheets and stuff I've been taking a look at. So I'm taking everything into account these days, you know?
Yeah.
This is a lie. I did not give him any spreadsheets. I cannot believe that Turkey Tom would spread such misinformation about me. That being said, I will not tolerate such disrespect. The cuckening shall commence, as the prophecy of lyrics has foretold. Now, for those of you who aren't aware, long story short, Turkey Tom, the guy who decided to name drop me, was cucked by another YouTuber named Lyrics. Now, for those of you who don't know, Lyrics is a closeted femboy / commentary YouTuber. So yeah, that's who we got cucked by. But yeah, anyways, I just decided, you know what, I had to mention that. I had to mention the cuckening. The hate towards Jalen is justified, but not towards Femyoz. I don't think any of it is justified. Look, I think that Jalen has said and done some, like, really stupid shit, but I don't know. I think she gets a little bit too much hate. Dream? Oh, you mean Cheeto? Yeah, he kind of looks like Dream. I don't disagree. Anyways. Lyrics is based, but didn't he like some lolly shit on Discord? Wouldn't that be the opposite of based? And also, no, he's not based. He's fucking weird. I don't know. He's fucking weird. I'm sorry. Maybe he can. Maybe when he comes out as a femboy. Yeah, look, here's the only thing. Here's the only reason I think that it would be okay to say that Lyrics is based, and it's because he caused the cuckening, okay? But that's like the only good thing he's done is cucking Turkey Tom, all right? He hasn't done anything else, all right? Like, aside from cucking Turkey Tom, name one good thing that Lolicon Lyrics has done. You can't. Because he didn't do anything good other than the cuckening, okay? Though I will say the cuckening is pretty iconic. That being said, cute choker, by the way, why thank you. Twitter, not Discord. I was gonna say, yeah. I just don't. I mean, I don't know. I feel like Lyrics right now, at least in my eyes, is a blank slate, okay? Because here's the thing. On one hand, you know, the whole liking lolly on Twitter, yeah, that was pretty bad. But I feel like the whole cuckening sort of cancels it out. So you have something that's like really, really cringe, really bad, and then you have something really good, and you see because they're complete opposites, you know. As you all know, on one end of the spectrum of good versus evil, you have evil, which is Lyrics watching Lolicon. And then you have, on the other side of the spectrum, the heroic action of cucking Turkey Tom. Was it Prawn or was it just an anime little girl? I just don't look. I don't care. We're not talking. I don't want to talk about Lyrics for this stream. That's not what this is about. This is. Yeah, whatever. I mean, I guess the stream isn't about anything, but well, it is, but it's not. So yeah. On the other end, you have goth mommy tipster. Okay, to be fair, at least tipster has decent taste. Okay, who doesn't love a goth mommy dom? Okay, so yeah. Might go because I'm not interested in commentary YouTuber drama. Well, that said, your voice seems to have gotten more femme, and that's cool. Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to be talking about whatever people in chat are talking about, so... Though there are a couple other things that I'm going to talk about. I guess this is just where I wanted to start, because it's not anything serious. But yeah, anyways, so, interestingly enough, about a month ago, Ocean Lemon, friend of the channel, made a video called, hold on, it's called I Need Your Help, okay? Now, what's interesting is that I'm in the thumbnail, and the thumbnail says race to 100,000 subscribers. So let's see what the race to 100,000 subscribers is all about.
It's a new dawn, it's a new day. My name is Ocean Lemon, and you can call me Jay. Today, I need your guys' help. Recently, I actually got in contact in some sort of way with another YouTuber through reaction videos. Now, I made a video, as most of you probably know, because that's probably the video you subscribed for. Most of you probably know I made a sniper wolf video that went kinda, like, not viral, but it blew up a little bit. It got 22,000 views, which is like,
and then we reacted to it.
Great for me. And one channel on YouTube actually reacted to it by the name of Femyoz.
Yo, that's me!
Now, this person I had never even heard of before they came and reacted to my video. But after, watching their reaction and then watching their reaction to my reaction of their reaction, yes, that happened. They seem like a genuinely cool person,
Let's go!
First glance, I don't know, what they've done in the past or whatever. They could be weird, they could be bad, but ultimately,
yeah, maybe I am weird and bad. Who knows?
I do think they seem like a great person with my interaction with them, over reaction videos, and I also, when I watched the reaction of the reaction, I saw their chat and everything too, and their fan base seems pretty cool as well.
Hell yeah, chat! Do you guys hear that? Did you guys just hear that? He said you guys seem pretty cool. I mean, goddamn. 9 Javi on Kick talking shit on your name? Who? Who's that? Should I know who that is? Please join his Discord. LMAO, who the fuck is this sissy potato? What is a sissy potato? Who is 9 Javi? What is Kick Chat even fucking talking about? 9 Javi? I've never heard of this person, but okay. Alright. Apparently, someone named 9 Javi, who I've never heard of, is talking about me. So I guess I'll search 9 Javi. 9 Javi with 3 eyes. Okay, so this person, they're just, I think they're just playing Fortnite.
Bro, I'm firing him.
We need firing him.
I don't know, I'm just firing him.
What?
He's one of the few people that carry your stream.
What is happening? This doesn't have anything to do with me.
I don't know. You should know that though.
No, alright, I guess I would know that, bro.
What?
You little racist prick.
You guys are trolling. You're trolling.
I bet your favorite color is green, isn't it?
He didn't even. He said nothing about me.
Pink? Of course that is. Mine's purple
Am
and
I
blue,
being
bro.
trolled by Kick?
Hold on, I gotta go.
What do you mean, of course it is?
I'm gonna go fight. Hold on, I see somebody.
Want his? Wait, what? I don't.
I also like the glowing white color.
Hold on. Wait. Why would I? I don't know who this is. He was saying the F slur. Do you have a clip of it or?
Literally like Spider-Man. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry.
Average Fortnite kid.
Really? Yo, these bots are literally just fighting, bro. Like, look at this shit, bro. It's not real, bro. No way this is real, bro.
Bro is just playing Fortnite.
Bro, I'm trying to get in the mix, bro. Like, you got all the
He disabled clips. Okay. Okay. I feel like I'm being trolled. What is happening? This is a... What do you... I'm so confused. Why does this... It's always Kick. I swear to God. Kick be like that. Kick is like...
Oh god, I want to try it.
Bro, like I told you, bro. And did I just close my fucking game? Oh, I told you, bro. No, I told you. You already know what you got to do. Just like even Jay, but Jay said be careful, bro. So I would listen to him. But at the same time, me and him both have different viewpoints on what you should do to be successful.
I mean, I
Mine's
I
is
can
the
fake it till
route.
you make it. You know what I'm saying?
This has nothing to do with me. What? I don't know who this is. What? Why would I want to join this person's Discord server? He's a Fortnite streamer. The title of the stream is 1v1 in Fortnite for $1,000. Yeah. How much you want to bet he's not gonna give the $1,000? Holy shit. I mean, he has like whatever 28 viewers, which is more than I have on Kick. I guess. I think. Wait, hold on. How many do I have on Kick? Fuck, I don't know. Kick.com. Let me open a separate tab. Oh, yeah, if he... Okay, well, I think that it's gonna... Okay, if he was calling me a slur, I think that that's... It's gonna depend on the context, right? Like, if he's, like, saying something for the sake of saying something fucked up, I guess. I don't care, right? Like, that's fine, I guess. But if he's, like, genuinely homophobic, that's, like... Yeah, I don't know. That's different. You know what I mean? Oh my god. We can't be getting sidetracked by fucking Fortnite streamers that are pretending to give away $1,000 for Fortnite 1v1s. Anyways, hello, how are you? Hello, Ghost of Man. I am doing well. How are you? What? Don't listen to my chat. They are toxic. What is happening? Your chat, wait, how did this even how did your chat find me? What is happening? Did you like say like make like a joke and then they're like and then they went over to my thing and they're like, oh yeah, this guy hates queer people or some shit? What is happening? Also, are you okay? Your stream says 1v1 in Fortnite for $1,000. Are you actually giving $1,000? You give away thousands to your chatters. Do you? Okay. All right. Are there any chatters that can verify? That seems really sketchy. Yeah, that seems really sketch. Okay. Oh wait, he's watching my stream.
What happened?
Yeah, that seems really
these
sketch.
niggas are wilding, bro.
Okay.
Bro, I'm looking at you. Talking about the Kick
Oh, wait,
screen
he's
chat,
watching my
right?
stream.
Yeah.
What
Oh
happened?
wow!
Bro,
Look at all the That- layers of that react. seems really sketchy. Hello. Hello,
Alright,
all I
benign
see is-
Johnny's
let you know
chat.
that I do give thousands away to my chat, and I just want to let you know that I'm not lying about that, bro.
Do you have evidence?
Yeah. I've been only streaming for like 16 days, and I'm up.
I just noticed. I was like, how did he get out so quick?
Okay, but where do you get the $1,000 from?
Please.
Liquid, be honest, bro. Do I
Yo.
give thousands when you 1v1 me? Be honest, bro.
You don't give shit, bro. Come on, bro.
Alright, stop lying, bro.
You don't, cause you said 1v1 me, right? All you said I had to do was 1v1 you. That's all you had. You said. That's all you
Oh
said.
my nigga, that shit just fucking. But don't
And I
listen
got
to my
no
chat,
money,
bro.
bro.
They're literally scammers, bro. Don't listen to none of them, bro.
Is that projection?
Follow though.
What?
Nah, don't drop a follow. Don't follow this nigga. He don't need it. Don't fucking need it.
I don't need.
Even his friend is saying that he won't give the $1,000. That's that. Okay. This is really fucking autistic. Holy shit. I can't fucking do this. 2 weeks and giving away thousands. Yeah, that, like, where are you getting the money from? There's no, that's bullshit. That's such a lie. Unless he's like famous on like YouTube or something, and maybe he like just started on Kick, or that's. No, if I click on the YouTube link, it just says. Yeah, it literally just okay. Yeah, that doesn't do anything. Okay. Also, isn't it monthly payments? I don't know. I don't know how. I've never been paid through Kick. I don't think I'm a large enough of a creator. But all right. 9 Javi. I've literally. Okay. All right. Boy, I'm confused as shit.
Yo, Jade. Potato. Hello, are you a content creator? Maybe just a light skin look.
Okay, yeah, we're not gonna listen. We're also on YouTube. We got to be a little bit careful. All right, we can't be having yeah. We're gonna yeah, we're gonna stay away from that, actually. Also, smash like if you're watching this on YouTube. Can I have mod? Sure, you're pretty active. But yeah, anyways, also, let me make sure. Hold on, wait. Let me make sure that sub sandwich has the correct moderator. Okay. Yeah. Also, hello, Duncho. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, this street. Holy shit! I feel like this stream is gonna. I feel like this stream died before it even started. Oh god. I mean, I'm literally just chatting shit, so what can I expect? So, yeah. Anyways. Oh my god. So we've got, yeah, alright. I'm not gonna bother with looking at the, fucking whatchamacall. I'm from his chat. Yes, he does give $500 to me when I played Fortnite with him, deadass, because I won, and he does that every week or 2 weeks. And he's been streaming for 16 days. Does he actually? Damn, where does he get the money from? Bro is either a scammer or rich as shit. And there's no in between. Unless he's rich as shit from scamming. So true, he just donated me $1 million. I will probably make a stream to. Oh wait, what is happening? I think he has business. Okay. Yeah, alright. I don't care. I don't know anything about this person. I'm not gonna, like, accuse him of anything without knowing more, because that would be kind of unfair. Though I might, I don't know, maybe occasionally. Why? Okay, you know what? I'm starting to regret streaming on Kick. Somebody in Kick chat just asked me if I have an innie or an outie belly button. I want to die. This is yeah. This is fun. This is fun. So, anyways, the video that we're gonna continue watching is the one called "I Need Your Help" from Ocean Lemon, friend of the channel, race to 100K subs.
But I recently challenged Femyoz to a race to 100,000 subscribers. I commented on his video like, hey, want to race to 100K? And then they said, bet back, so that means it's on. So I need
Hell yeah, it is.
your guys' help on beating Femyoz to 100,000 subscribers. That's a mark that I've been wanting to reach since I was like 5. But since I've been on this,
5? Wow. That was even younger than me when I started wanting to become a famous YouTuber. I think I was like 8 when I started wanting to become a famous YouTuber. So
platform since 2009 and on this channel since 2017, one of my biggest goals is, of course, to reach 100,000 subscribers because I desperately want a play button. But not
yeah, same. Well, I don't just want a play button though. I want a career.
only do I want, to reach 100,000 subscribers just for a play button, but I also want to reach it because I do desperately want to, like, grow this community and have a
I felt that.
bigger fan base. Not to, like, have more fame or anything like that, just to have more people to interact with in my fan base and have more people to give me feedback on my videos and stuff like that. That's one of my favorite things about YouTube is...
Femyoz, I'm saying this stuff because one of your mods, sub, is a fan of my content. Oh, you're a content creator? I didn't know that. Hold on. I need to go over and see. Oh my god, I can't fucking speak. I cannot fucking speak. I think there's something wrong with me. Smash like if you agree. If you disagree, also smash like. Okay, go to channel. Oh, okay. Okay, so I guess they make some videos. They have 120 subscribers. He has an edited it's like the Grimsy profile picture, but like edited. I guess. Namus Yelf moment. Oh god. This is small commentary. I can already tell. These two people I've never heard of. The return of person I've... Oh, Pie Girl. Never mind. The end of person I've never heard of. Communist Creeper video. Kumo commentary doesn't agree with Janky shining on Australia. Sensitive commentators. Okay. Communist Creeper sucks. Okay. Alright, interesting. No, don't do it. Alright, sorry, I already did it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Peak thumbnail, yeah, it is peak thumbnail design. Get out. Sorry. Alright, we have a thing to continue. Sorry. Sorry, I had to.
Is when you get a video that kind of goes a little bit big and gets a few thousand views, the greatest thing about the views is more of the comments that can come with it. People saying that my videos are good, or even people giving me criticism that my videos are bad, which is...
Hell yeah. I wonder which one I get more of.
What happens most. But another reason I also want to reach 100,000 subscribers is because I want my channel to be a little bit more popular, I guess you could say. Not necessarily more famous, but more popular. Because I want to be able to shout out other creators as well. And I think that's one of the coolest things about bigger creators. And there's
I think one of the coolest things is being able to have like a stable source of income from doing content creation. Obviously, I'm not even close to being there yet. I don't know if I'll ever get there. But if I can, I mean, that is the dream. I feel like 100,000 subscribers obviously is like an arbitrary milestone, but I feel like once you've hit 100K, it's like you've gotten past the point where it's like, okay, you can do this as a career. Like you definitely have the potential. But yeah, whereas like somebody with like a channel my size, it's like, well, we'll see where it goes, We'll see if I even get to 10K subs. I have no idea.
a lot of bigger creators who do it is they grow their channels, they get so big, and they usually use their fame and their, platform to shout out other creators and try to help them get to the status that they are at. And that's one thing.
Not really. I mean, maybe it used to be that way, but I feel like most of the time whenever that happens, it's just people taking advantage of the fact that small content creators who don't really know what they're doing want shout-outs. But at the end of the day, a shout-out isn't actually gonna do anything unless the person already makes good content that's gonna grow steadily on its own. A shout-out simply speeds up that process. So shoutouts aren't entirely useless, but they are. I think that their use is overstated, if that makes sense.
Thing I've always wanted to do and always tried to do with my channel. Now, if you haven't been around my channel for a very long time, if you know, some of you may know, back in like 2018, I used to do a lot of shout out videos when I only had like 300 subscribers, and I tried to shout out as many channels as I could. You know, I shouted out my brother a bunch of times. I shouted out a few Twitch streamers and a lot of other YouTubers as well, and I tried to give them as many subs as I could, you know, from my own, you know, tiny platform, I guess you could say. It never really worked truly. There were a few YouTubers who actually got a little bit of you know, recognition from my shout out.
Yeah, so the reason this doesn't work is because if people aren't actually staying there to watch the content, you just end up with a bunch of dead subscribers, which is functionally the same as no subscribers at all, right? Like, if you have, like, dead subscribers, like, what does that even mean? It's like, okay, well, the number goes up a little bit. Yeah, sure. But then your channel is dead, and you don't get any of the benefits of having a high sub count, and you get all of the downsides, which basically amounts to people bullying you for having a terrible view to sub ratio. You know what I mean?
But overall, my shoutouts back then weren't really doing anything. I feel like getting to 100k subs or above would help me a lot with being able to shout out a lot of, you know, other creators. But if you want to help my channel grow to 100,000 subscribers and get me a play button and make me beat Femyoz, also known as Walmart Fred.
Hey, yo.
I'm sorry, Femyoz. That's not a diss on
To be fair, my hair is longer now.
your looks. I'm just saying, you do look kind of like Fred, in my opinion.
I grew my hair out, so hopefully that's... I mean, I don't know. I am a big fan of Fred Figglehorn. You know, I think that Fred 2 was a cinematic masterpiece, so, you know.
really be talking about looks, though, considering I can't even grow proper facial hair, and yeah. But if you want to help me get to 100,000 subscribers and beat Femyoz to that mark, make sure to not only subscribe to this channel if you're watching this video and like the video and everything like that, but also share with anyone that you know. If you have...
No, I don't think I will. Just kidding. I guess I just shared the video technically by watching it on stream. But yeah. Hopefully I hit 100k first. Okay, we need to win, okay? If you look at the sub count that he currently has, he has like 6 times the sub count that I currently have, but that's okay. That's okay. He has 6k, I have 1k. But you know what? We're gonna catch up, all right? We're gonna catch up. We gotta upload more videos. That being said, the quality of subscribers I think is more valuable than the quantity, if that makes sense. Like if you have like 100 active or viewers that will watch streams and donate money, like that's a lot more valuable than whatever 50,000 dead subscribers. So what can I say? Anyways, let's continue. The Joker copied Fred. He copied the profile picture style. So true.
Have a dog. You could even share it with your dog, okay? Share it with your mother, your father, your brother, your sister, your pet alien. Whatever you got, share this video and my channel.
I'll be sure to share it with my pet alien.
With them if you want to, and if you want to help my journey to 100,000 subscribers. Also, if you are a smaller content creator or just a content creator in general on any platform and you want to help me reach 100,000 subscribers, that would be much appreciated. And one way you could do that is by using the hashtag subscribe to Ocean Lemon. Now, I tried to do this back in the past, didn't really work, but maybe we'll try it again. So if you're...
I think that hashtag subscribe to Femyoz is a better hashtag, to say the very least. So make sure to show this video to your mom, your dad, your other dad, your stepdad, your surrogate father figure. Yeah, just share this. Share hashtag subscribe to Femyoz with all of them. Yeah.
you're a content creator out there and you want to help the the journey to 100,000 subscribers, make sure to use the hashtag subscribe to Ocean Lemon if you make community posts or if you make
No, we should use the hashtag subscribe to Femyoz instead.
videos and you want to give a shout out in your videos or something like that. And also, if you are a small content creator or any content creator that does that and wants to participate, I will also make sure to return the favor by giving you all a shout out, okay? Anyone who shouts me out, I'm of course going to shout you out back, okay? That's just
Of
what happens. We
course.
spread love around here on the Ocean Lemon channel, except for when we
Hell
talk
yeah.
about Snipe Wolf. Then there's not much love there. Like I said, if you are a content creator or anybody out there that has any type of like page or anything that uses the hashtag subscribe to Ocean Lemon, no matter if it's on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, also known as X, YouTube, Twitch,
Okay, who calls it X? Let's be real.
Pornhub, I don't care what it is, okay? If you use
Okay, yes, Pornhub, that's based.
the hashtag subscribe to Ocean Lemon, I will make sure to shout you out back. And also,
Guys, we all need to use the hashtag subscribe to Femyoz hashtag on Pornhub.
so just like I said,
We have to have more people promoting my YouTube channel on Pornhub than there are people promoting Ocean Lemon's channel on Pornhub.
I just want to spread the love and also make everyone's channels grow at the end of the day, especially
That's
my
true.
own. But also, this is a friendly race, by the way. I should say that. Nobody go over and hate the Femyoz, okay? Do not hate on Femyoz. This is a friendly race, okay? This is
That's
not like what
true.
we've had in the past where we've tried to race people and we won, but they lost in a different way because my subscribers got way too weird with it and started hating on people. That's happened in the past, okay? I don't want that to happen again. This is honestly just 100% a friendly race as of right now. And
Well, obviously it won't happen again because I'm gonna win, but but in case it were to happen, I'm glad that he specifies that for the hypothetical situation in which he actually wins the race, which obviously isn't gonna happen.
we're just
but
we're gonna have fun with it, okay? Now there is no wager right now or anything like that. I don't even know if Femyoz knows this race is going on for real right now. But if they do, we don't really
I do.
have a wager yet because I'm pretty sure both of us right now are probably broke, so there ain't gonna be no money wager. But mostly,
Yeah, I guess we could wager $15. I mean, if one of us hits 100K subs before the other one, I feel like the person that hasn't hit 100K subs, I guess depending on how large that gap is probably gonna need the money more. So, I mean,
it's probably gonna be for bragging rights at this point, so that'd be kind of cool.
That's
I want those
true.
bragging rights. If
yeah, but to be fair, I have a large enough ego where I can just brag anyway.
you don't know, Femyoz has 1.49 thousand.
That is true. Oh my god. His channel has grown since posting this video on November 30th. So literally just 1 month ago, basically. Exactly a month ago. He had 4.8K subs. He has 6.6K now. So yeah, I don't know. I don't think I'm winning the race so far. This is not looking good for me. Holy shit, he's actually growing.
Subscribers right now, which is a little bit less than me. It's actually kind of a bit less than me, let's be for real.
Yeah.
Sorry, once again, Femyoz, that was not a diss towards you. That was just, payback for view shaming me and your reaction.
That is true. I did view shame him. See, that is the one nice thing about having a lower sub count is I have better view to sub count ratios every single video.
Goes down and all of my like full-on videos, like not past live streams obviously, but my videos usually end up with at least 1,000 views. It's like, okay, 8 views from 13 days ago. Okay, all right, 26, like, all right.
How dare you?
I had to do it. I'm sorry.
But I honestly think this race is going to be pretty fun. I'm going to shout out Femyoz in a lot of videos anyways. Like I said,
Hell yeah, and I'll do the same.
it's going to be 100% friendly, so I'm going to shout him out. Maybe he'll shout me out too.
Subscribe to Ocean Lemon, but also subscribe to me more. Yeah, that makes sense.
Please do that. I would really like it if you shouted me out a little bit. But also, if you do subscribe to my channel, why not go over and subscribe to theirs? I know it's a race and we're trying to beat them to 100,000 subs, but at the same time, it would be cool to see their channel as well grow with me. And that'd
yeah.
be cool. So, anyways, that's all I want to say today. If you want to help me out, do the things I said, recently in this video. Whatever I said, I have the time to even remember what I say in these videos. But thank you all for watching this video. Hope you guys liked it. Make sure to use the hashtag subscribe to Ocean Lemon if you post anything.
I agree, but do change the part that says Ocean Lemon to Femyoz, and then it'll be a better hashtag. So what has he been doing on his channel lately? What videos have been doing well for him as of late? So let's see here. So okay, pretty standard stuff. Sniper Wolf video, of course. That's how I found his channel. Was through the Sniper Wolf stuff. Okay, interesting. Interesting. Okay, what about shorts? God damn. Okay, yeah, his shorts do really well. I think that's where he's getting a lot of his subs from. Holy shit. Yeah, because his most popular video has 34k views. His most popular short is 400k, and then you have 200k, 200k, 100k, 78k. So his shorts are popping the fuck off. So, good on him. I will say, kind of lacking with the live stream content. Last streamed 11 months ago. I think Ocean Lemon's the kind of person that would actually be good at streaming. Because in live streams, you can sort of just talk about whatever the fuck, right? And that's sort of what he already does. Like, he'll just talk about whatever the fuck. And I feel like that it works better in a live stream format. I'm not saying he should stop doing it in a video format, but I think that because the videos are like not like super highly edited, he could record them during live streams basically. So he could be live streaming and then just do a stream segment. I think that would work well. It's something that I'm gonna start doing more often because it's successful. YouTube analytics say, you mean like Social Blade stats say it'll take over 12 years for Yoast to hit his 100k. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't trust that. It's gonna be more or less time. I don't. Who knows? It's not gonna be accurate. It could be like a fraction of the time. It could just never happen. You know. His background is pretty gay. Based. All the hot Asian girls. Yeah. So real. But yeah, I thought I may as well show that, because why not? Because I just didn't know what to start talking. Oh god, I didn't know what to start talking about. And yeah, I'm like really tired. I did not sleep well, and then my brain does not work when I don't get enough sleep. It's a genuine problem. It sucks. It sucks. It's so bad. Why am I like this? I genuinely have no idea. It's not good. It's the opposite of good. It's bad. I know. I said it. What's your take on Lolly? It's bad. I know. I said it. Really hot take. Yeah, anyways. Oh boy. Oh my god. So all right. So sorry. I'm really spacey. I need to go to the bathroom. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna play some content while I go pee. And yeah, it's so that you guys have something to watch, okay?
I don't have a chair planted in front of my laundry machine just so I can watch it run, but each to their own, eh?
I feel like it's gotta be like it's gotta be, I don't know, like someone who has a disability or something, right? Like it doesn't make any sense.
Oh wait.
I will never understand why there's two bathrooms side by side. I guess that's like the biggest flex you can do is when you have not one but two fucking side by side bathrooms, you know what I mean?
Absolutely dominated by that globe. Piss absorbent object. And as
So it's a house that used to belong to.
Okay, anyways, guys, I'm back. I just realized that the thing on the back of my outfit is untied, so I'm tying it right now. Anyways, what am I even saying? I have no idea. But yeah, sorry, I just had to play something while going to the bathroom, obviously. So, yeah. Anyways. How are you all doing, chat? Hope you're all doing well. Okay, I think I might do it. I don't know if I'm going to turn this into a stream segment. We'll have to see, because I haven't watched this video yet. So, I don't know yet, but this might be a stream segment, so who knows? It might not be. Anyways. So the video we're going to be watching, the video that I guess caught my attention, is called Hi Kids, reacting to non-binary TikTok star Jeffrey Marsh. I'm so excited to find out what this is all about. I wonder. It's from the YouTuber called The Offensive Tranny. That is his actual name. He's a trans man, and you know apparently he says some really offensive stuff because it's in his username. So he must be really edgy and cool because it's literally his name. So yeah, without further ado, let's get started.
Hi kids. Hey kids. I want to talk to the kids.
Oh boy, I wonder if this person is gonna be pedo-jacketed.
This makes people money. You're a groomer. You're a groomer. It is economic. It's their job as these types of influencers to keep people afraid of trans folks and clicking on videos. They want to...
Yes, this is objectively true. objectively correct. So yeah, they're not wrong. So far, they're just stating facts, because yes, it is something that right-wing grifters will do for money. A lot of these people don't give a shit about the things they actually talk about or the rhetoric they spew. Take Candace Owens, for example. I mean, does she believe any of the things she says? No, of course not. But she says right-wing talking points anyways. Why? Well, it's not because she genuinely believes in those talking points. She knows exactly what she's doing. She just wants money. And this goes for most right-wing grifters. It is quite profitable.
To trade trans safety for money.
Why would trans people themselves trade their own safety for money? You are aware that trans people criticize you too. If not...
You do realize that not all trans people are in the same situation, so if you pass really well and you're in a really good financial situation, it's not going to negatively affect you as much as it would, say, somebody that doesn't pass, somebody that doesn't have as much power in their life to have the ability to, say, transition. Again, just because it doesn't affect you personally as a trans person because you're lucky and you're one of the few that it doesn't affect, doesn't automatically mean that it doesn't affect trans people broadly.
The most, because you're making us all look really bad, and you're appropriating our identity.
Appropriating? This is the level of discourse. You're appropriating your identity. I do not appreciate you appropriating our identity. Read chat, Femyoz. Don't defend this fucking weirdo. What have they done? Oh, they said something out of context at the start. Okay, I assume that what you're talking about is the clips that were shown at the start. So it says, for kids and parents, parentheses about mean people. So I'm assuming that this is originally in the context of dealing with bullies.
Hi, kids. Hey, kids.
For stuffed animals. Okay. Video about stuffed animals.
I want to talk.
What is this? Again, out of context, yeah. Sure, you can frame it however you want. But I don't know what the actual context behind this is. For kids only? Again, I don't think that it's fair to imply that this must be inherently sexual. It could literally just be somebody making harmless kids content on TikTok. No adult should be telling a child to contact them. Did they tell children to contact them? Or did they just say, oh, this video is for kids?
Talk to the kids.
Hold on.
Hey, kids. I want to talk to the kids.
Yeah, I think that what they mean, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I'm pretty sure that the more reasonable interpretation of that is not that they're trying to DM children or directly contact them. I think that they're just addressing them in a video format. Like, when I say, hey guys, welcome back to the show, am I addressing you in the sense that, like, oh yeah, you guys should all contact me on Discord? No, some of you contact me on Discord, but whatever. I'm a small content creator, I guess. But it's usually just shit posts. I wouldn't want to die on the hill of defending this person. But we don't even know anything about them. Other than what? That you don't like the vibes they give off? I've IDK who this YouTuber is, but I've seen plenty of Jeffrey Marsh clips. He literally gets children to contact him via Patreon. Oh shit, I did not know that. Wait. Okay. He tells children to contact him through a paywall and to go non-contact with their parents. Oh. Okay, I'll have to... Sorry, Look, I didn't see all your messages. I was reading them backwards. Okay. All right, I'll be a little bit more skeptical of this individual then. I mean, I guess I won't necessarily be defending them in the sense that, oh yeah, I think that they're a great person, but if bad arguments are made against them, or there isn't any evidence shown against them in the context of this video, then for the sake of my reaction, I will be, I don't know, I'll react accordingly. Again, the quality of the arguments does not ultimately dictate whether or not we're dealing with good or bad people on either side, right? Like for instance, if Hitler says that drinking water is good, I'm not gonna just say, yeah. This is a great example, actually. It's not, yeah, fuck it. Why not? If Hitler says that it's good to drink water, and then a YouTuber makes a response video saying that it's actually bad to drink water because Hitler told you it was good, it could be the case that Hitler is a terrible person. And I agree. He's not a very nice man. He's actually quite mean. He's a stinky butthead. He's a poopy face, okay? That being said, I don't think it would be wrong for someone like, say, I don't know, me, to react to something like that on stream and say, look, I don't know too much about this guy with the funny mustache, but he is right about the whole it's good to drink water thing. I don't think that would necessarily be the same as defending, other actions, right? Again, I don't know anything about this person, so I'm going in with a completely blank slate, and obviously I'd have to see some serious evidence against them. He's middle-aged, targeting purely children, and that's weird enough. I mean, do you think it's weird that adults who make content for children in general have that as their target demographic? Like, for instance, if you... I mean, I don't know. I guess I'm not going to use YouTube content as an example, because there's a whole fucking rabbit hole of really sketchy shit there. But just in general, I don't think that, like, as a fun... Like, entertainment and educational content for kids is nothing new. It doesn't have to be a bad thing. It just has to be done responsibly.
It has this interesting unintended consequence in that it has made me and many people like me into focused, strong, incredibly enthusiastic truth tellers.
I mean, I can't speak on that. I don't know anything about them. I don't know if they speak the truth. I don't know enough about them to know how much truth they speak.
And we must be powerful, and we must be relevant, or they would not come after us like this.
Jeffrey, I wouldn't say that it's because you're so powerful and...
Yeah, I wouldn't say that I wouldn't say that we're extremely powerful. It's quite the opposite, right? If you're a part of a marginalized group of people, you have the opposite of power. You don't want to just say, oh yeah, we actually have a lot of power. What you do want to say is you have the power to make change, or to whatever, make the world a better place, whatever it may be, right? But as an entire group, do trans people have that much power? I mean, not really. We kind of get fucked over a lot. I mean, come on. It's going to depend on where you live as well, but...
Amazing that you get so much hate. But it is true that famous conservative commentators are constantly talking about you. And the only reason why I even know about you is due to these commentators. But Jeffrey, YouTubers don't talk about you just to make money. Your rhetoric is extremely harmful, especially to kids.
All right, let's see how it's harmful. Okay, so... The main thing that's going to be critiqued here, I'm pretty sure, is going to be the actual rhetoric itself, right? So we're not going to be looking at Jeffrey Marsh as a person. We're just going to purely look at the rhetoric that they use.
As a trans person, I felt like I had to talk about you because you're kind of ruining the trans acceptance right now, and I can't just sit...
I don't agree with that framing or argument, I guess, because I think that conservatives finding the worst examples of trans people. I mean, sure, it would be great if there weren't any weird or bad or strange people that were trans or whatever, or people that give off bad vibes or whatever. But that's not realistic. If you go look at any group or category of people, there's going to be at least one or a few dozen people that are bad apples. I mean, you can find an example of a violent black person. That doesn't mean that black people are violent. But racist people can point to that and say, hey, look, this is what black people are like. Now, you could argue that it's the violent black person's fault for making everybody else look bad. But you shouldn't take away the responsibility of the people that are talking about it to not misrepresent an entire demographic based on what a select few people are like. See, it's almost like he's trying to remove agency from the conservatives that talk about this kind of shit. Because rather than giving them agency and saying, but they have the ability to not paint us this way, it's the blame of trans people being painted that way entirely lies on the small proportion of trans people that give off bad vibes, I guess, or that have useless rhetoric or whatever it may be. Again, I don't think that that's an accurate representation of how rhetoric actually works. It's not helped at all. It's as easy as calling out and condemning horrific behavior. Your argument falls apart when it's par on course with that the left defends all the groomers when possible to, quote, not give the right ammo. Hold on. You do realize that you can say that grooming is bad and that groomers are bad, but that the rhetoric being used to frame the few small proportion of trans people that actually are groomers as the majority of trans people, you can easily look at that and say, oh, well, that's blatantly dishonest and manipulative, and it's just a scare tactic used to get people to feel disgusted by trans people broadly, right? And that is the fault of the conservatives, because while it is the case that, sure, you shouldn't be a groomer, right? I think that goes for anyone of any demographic of people. I don't think that you have some extra or special responsibility as a minority, right? I think that everybody has the same responsibility to not be a shitty person. I don't think that you should be held to a higher standard if you're trans. I think that that's fucking stupid. Imagine if I found an example of a few men being predatory, and then I was spreading an anti-man narrative, talking about how men are evil and they're all sexual predators. Look at these statistics that show how much more violent men are. We need a matriarchy. Could you imagine how fucking insane that would be? And then what if someone were to respond to it where, rather than criticizing me for saying insane shit to try and paint all men in a negative light, instead they were like, oh, well, that's exclusively the fault of the violent men that are out there for making the rest of us look bad. It's like, okay, well, there's always going to be some proportion of people that are bad, of any demographic. That's inevitable. You're just avoiding the broader picture. Like, you can condemn violent men without hating all men, right? Or trying to use that to say that all men are bad, or that men are inherently worse as people, or inherently have to be more violent. Now, obviously, look, I'm not going to get into the whole, oh, well, actually, look, let's just continue. We've gotten really sidetracked already.
Back and relax, not doing a thing about it. We wouldn't make videos about you if it wasn't necessary.
These types of videos make me want to get up every day and do the mission more. Help people hate themselves less and forward LGBTQ acceptance.
Okay, so you're being accused of being a very terrible thing, and the only thing you have to say to that is, that motivates me to make even more videos. That makes...
So, I think that I don't know anything about this individual, so I don't know what the accusations really are or what the evidence behind them is. But if there's evidence behind them or behind the accusations that show, hey, this is a fucking terrible person, then it's like, yeah, okay, I can condemn them. And yeah, they're a fucked up person that shouldn't be able to do that. Like, I don't have an issue with that. But I don't know.
People accuse me of this.
Stop encouraging kids to chat with you privately on your Patreon and not tell their parents, you creep.
Well, one of us will need to choose de-escalation. One of us will need to choose kindness and peace at some point, and I'm happy for it to be me. I'm committed to non-violence in here. And
okay, that's a really shitty response. Rather than denying it, they're just like, what if I just fucking avoided the entire fucking point of the TikTok I'm responding to and just talk about nothing? This is what I like to call a Jordan Peterson style tangent, where they use a fuck ton of words to say literally fucking nothing. That's what this is.
non-violence everywhere. I am committed to choosing kindness here.
Shut the... Okay, no, you know what, chat? I think you were right about this. I fucking hate this. They can't directly respond to fucking anything, it seems. Holy shit. This is actually painful to watch.
And choosing kindness everywhere. I wish you...
Is it possible to see your legs? Oh my god, kick chat, be like, bruh. Hell, do an appeal to emotion. I'm against appeal to emotion, but... I mean, whatever. Also, if you're wondering what my legs look like, here you go. Those are my legs. Teehee. And we have Lich Falp over on Kick asking if he can breed me, of course. No, I'm not showing my armpit. Okay, Kick chat is so fucking horny. This is all right, we're just gonna ignore that for now.
Peace and choosing non-violence.
I think it's weird that you don't want to address this accusation because it's kind of serious.
Okay, I actually agree.
You just said a whole lot of nothing. You're being kind of arrogant for assuming that people who criticize you are not at peace with themselves. If what he's saying is so wrong, why don't you want to talk about it? You can at least tell your followers that some accuse you of this terrible thing and say, they have no receipts. It's a simple misunderstanding.
I actually agree. Okay. So far, I agree.
But you're choosing not to debunk it? I'm gonna talk about the claim just in a sec, but I want you to see more of how he reacts to his haters.
I believe that Jeffrey Marsh is one of the most dangerous and evil people.
I wish you peace. I really do. One of the beautiful things about being trans...
Oh god, no. The passive aggressivism. And it's not in the funny way either. It's just cringe. Oh my god, no. Alright. You know what? I think I might have been a little bit quick to try defending the person that seems like an outcast. I have a tendency to do that, I'm not gonna lie. It's like, if I see someone that looks like an outcast, it's like, I want to assume best case scenario and assume that they're just being misunderstood. But, also, I don't know, does this person identifies as non-binary, I think. I'm assuming they use they, them pronouns, so I'll respect that.
Is that it has taught me perseverance. And hating your way through life is not a recipe for perseverance.
Damn, that's crazy. You saying a whole lot of fucking nothing is also not a recipe for perseverance or responding to the actual claims that you're supposed to be responding to.
And it's also not what you as a human being deserve.
But Jeffrey, you're not trans. Why do you not identify as a man when you clearly are one? Why is it not possible for you to call yourself a man even though you wear dresses and makeup? Is that due to self-love? You clearly don't deal with gender dysphoria because gender dysphoria is binary and you...
No, it literally isn't. There are non-binary people that have gender dysphoria. Like, that's just like an objective fact. Like if you want to do the whole pink brain, blue brain route, there's so much overlap and gray area. Because on one hand, it's been scientifically proven that trans people, on average, have brains that are more closely aligned to the gender they identify with, even before they medically transition, right? So, for instance, a trans girl is a lot more likely to have a brain structure a lot closer to that of the average cis woman than that of the average cis man, right? Even before hormones or anything like that. That being said, this isn't a binary. Sex and gender are both generally bimodal, in terms of at least how I like to look at them. They're separate things, but sex is just scientifically proven to be a bimodal distribution. I mean, you have various different types of intersex conditions, as well as people that are like completely which is a little bit more rare, but people that have like both genitalia, right? Hermaphrodites. So you have that, right? So sex isn't a binary. And this goes for, like, if you want to go down the trans medicalist route, this would also have to apply to brain sex as well, right? If you want to take this biological essentialist route, or neurological essentialist route, you have to keep in mind that there's always going to be this sort of gray area between, right? A binary, as a fundamental concept, means only two possible outputs. So if you have a computer that outputs zeros and ones most of the time, but then sometimes it outputs a 0.3, and then maybe like a 0.5, a 0.79, etc. Occasionally it does that. Well, it's not really using a binary anymore, is it? Right? That's not a binary. That's a bimodal distribution. You're using the exception to define the rule. Well, the rule, like, what do you mean by rule? Do you mean like a general rule of thumb? Because a general rule of thumb is not like a 100% scientifically accurate rule. It's just generally it's the case that X, Y, or Z, right? Intersex people make up 0.0018% of the US population. That's untrue. It's above 1%, but if you're talking about people that have like a, I guess, more even distribution of male and female sex characteristics, then maybe. But again, that's more than 0%, and that's enough to say that no, it's not a binary. Like, in order for something to be a binary, there cannot be an exception. Like, you don't understand. If you think that a binary can have an exception like that, then you don't understand what a binary actually is as a concept. A binary literally, by definition, denotes only two possible outcomes. If there is a third outcome or a fourth outcome or whatever, that isn't a binary. If there's an infinite spectrum of possible outcomes in between, that's not a binary. So, yeah, humans are usually born with two arms, yet some are born with more or less. Okay. So, would it be a correct statement to say that in order to be a human being, you must have two arms? That would be an incorrect statement, right? Because there are people that don't have two arms, right? So, what about in order to be a human being, you must be one of the two sexes? Well, no, that's not true, because there's intersex people that exist. They're not just one of the two sexes. So, by definition, what you end up with is not a binary. Again, a binary means only two possible outcomes. That is what a binary means. If you want, I can go to my research document, okay? Pull up the research doc. And look at the thing look at the thing. I know, I'm so good at describing words. Oh my god. So we've got, is it? Yeah, so, is it this one? Okay, that one just describes what intersex is. No, because they are human regardless, yet something went wrong. So is being intersex wrong? Is that something going wrong? Or is it just the case that some people are born intersex? Like, being intersex is not inherently good or bad. The same way that being female or male is not inherently good or bad. So, I don't see it, like, the idea that there's, like, that something had to have gone wrong is a very strange idea that some people have. But again, I don't think that being intersex is inherently bad. You're injecting morals into something that's amoral. No, it's the opposite. I'm saying that there isn't anything wrong with being intersex. You're saying that there is something wrong at birth, or that there was some sort of accident or whatever. Oh, you're talking about limbs. Sorry, I'm illiterate today. Yeah. Sorry. But to be fair though, you were using that as a comparison, so I assumed you were trying to make some sort of equivalency there, if I'm not mistaken. So, anyways, what was I gonna do? Oh, yeah. I think that the best place to go, I guess I guess I'll just briefly read an article from sciencebasedmedicine.org. It's called The Science of Biological Sex. So you can look this up for yourself. Basically, it says, the debate over how to best approach people who identify as transgender or non-binary is many-layered, can be complex, blah, blah, blah. Discussion suffers from at least two sources. First, it has been co-opted as part of a politically motivated culture war. Okay. So, if we scroll down a little bit, there's a section called Biological Sex is Not Binary. The notion that sex is not strictly binary is not even scientifically controversial. Among experts, it is given an unavoidable conclusion derived from actually understanding the biology of sex. It is more accurate to describe biological sex in humans as bimodal, but not strictly binary. Bimodal means that there are essentially two dimensions to the continuum of biological sex, which is what you would agree biological sex is, so it's a more accurate word. In order for sex to be binary, there would need to be two non-overlapping and unambiguous ends to that continuum, but there clearly isn't. There is every conceivable type of overlap in the middle, hence bimodal, but not binary. I think that that's a very succinct explanation. There's two main things with outliers. That's literally a bimodal distribution. That isn't a binary. Two main things with outliers is not a binary. If you think that that's a binary, you just don't know what a binary is. Anyways, we've gotten really sidetracked. Let's continue.
Identify as non-binary, and you're actually comfortable being a man in a dress, which is not the same as a trans woman. I'm not going to say that you hate yourself, but you clearly do not accept yourself.
Okay. So, right off the bat, what I'm starting to notice here is Jeffrey Marsh, who doesn't seem like the greatest human being on the planet, let's be real, is being used as an example of why non-binary isn't valid. Now, maybe I'm wrong on this. Maybe he goes on to say, well, actually, this is not what most non-binary people are like. This is the exception. But I'm going to go on a limb here and guess that that's not what's going to happen here.
Or accept reality. So stop acting like you've learned this beautiful, positive thing when you haven't.
But you've claimed that there are more than two sexes? Well, yeah, there are more than two possible outcomes in terms of biological sex. Yes, that is more than two sexes. Okay, what sex are hermaphrodites? Because they're not just male or female, right? So in terms of biological sex, they wouldn't fit into either category. So, yeah, there's not just two sexes. Again, the idea that there's only two sexes implies a binary, only two possible outcomes. Now, if you want to say that most of the time people end up being either one of two sexes, then you would be correct, and I wouldn't disagree with you. But to say that there are only two sexes is just objectively untrue. Again, not to mention the fact that that doesn't even have anything to do with gender. I mean, sure, gender is derivative from, like, it's derived from sex, right? But whether or not your identity is valid as a trans person is not contingent upon what your biological sex is, right? Because at the end of the day, I will never be a biological female, right? But I can still be a woman, right? I don't have to be a biological female for that, right? Because there's a specific word we use to describe that social categorization. And well, that word, of course, being gender.
And that addiction to hate, it feels really good to hate me, and then that craving starts again. It doesn't actually hit the mark. I wish you detox. I truly do wish you peace.
We all know you don't mean that. What's funny is, doesn't this describe people like you, trans activists? Aren't you?
There we go. Which is about what I expected from this guy. So here we have an example of somebody who doesn't do a very good job at trans activism. And they make themselves look really fucking bad. But here he is saying that this is what all trans activists are like. See, it's not just enough to say, oh, this guy or whatever, that this individual is the exception, not the rule. This doesn't represent trans people. He then has to go on to say, oh, this is representative of what trans activism is like, which isn't really the case. That's not what trans activism is like. I would consider myself to also be a trans activist, but I don't really like this Jeffrey Marsh person either.
You all addicted to hating conservatives and blame the right on literally anything?
To be fair, shitting on conservatives is quite entertaining, okay? As soon as somebody brings up Jeremy from the Quartering, I have to bring up the fact that he's Jeremy, the basement floor pisser. He also pooped his pants at Walmart, okay? That shit is fucking funny. But bullying conservatives is so entertaining. And there's a moral justification in doing so.
My friend Ariel Scarcella was spot on when talking about Jeffrey, and here's...
Of course, he's friends with Ariel Scarcella. Not to do a guilt by association, but I can't say I'm surprised.
What she said.
I don't think people hate you. I think people hate the rhetoric you're spewing. They sense controlling and manipulation tactics behind all of this. All these other people need to find peace. They are all beneath me. It's just reeking of I'm a
Okay, I actually agree with that.
better person than you.
I'm gonna still say it. Jeffrey Marsh is a Oh well, you don't like it? Tough. Tell him stop targeting kids then.
I can hold your pain. What I assume is going on is that you are in a lot of pain. It's very easy
Oh my god, shut the fuck up.
to blame me for your pain, and I'm very sorry.
Well, she makes a fair point. Lesbians don't want cock. Well, not necessarily. Some lesbians don't. Like, I think it's perfectly valid to have genital preference, but if you are a lesbian that also likes trans girls, like that doesn't make you not a lesbian. So what's the issue? Like I don't think you would even disagree with me on that, would you? Because I acknowledge the fact that genital preference exists for some people. For some people don't care that much. It's a matter of personal preference, and frankly, it doesn't really matter that much.
Sorry that you're in pain, and I wanted to let you know that throughout my life, I have seen a lot of pain. I've been...
Lesbians are attracted to the female body and females in general. I mean, I guess it depends on what they're attracted to specifically, right? So if they're attracted to a trans girl who has C-cup titties, okay, well, they're probably going to be attracted to the titties if they have a feminine facial structure after facial feminization surgery and whatnot, and HRT, and their body structure looks feminine, then I don't see how that makes you not a lesbian. Like, I'm not attracted to trans men because they don't have the genitals males have, and that's fine. That's perfectly fine. Like, you don't have to be. Like, that's, like, nobody is trying to take that away from you. Nobody, I mean, sure, there's, like, 2 people on Twitter. But other than 2 people on Twitter that don't really have any real political power, nobody is trying to take that away from you. No one is saying you have to date trans men if that's not what you're attracted to. That's fine. You don't have to be if you like dick, you like dick. But that doesn't mean that say, for instance, somebody who likes men exclusively, but they also like trans men. That doesn't mean that they're less, I guess, well, it would depend on what they identify as. So either way, I don't know. I think that this whole idea of oh no, they're trying to force me to be attracted to genitals that I don't like. How often is this happening? I mean, I've met plenty of people trying to define bisexuality to me. I'm not pissing and shitting. It's just kind of frustrating having my own sexuality being redefined in real time. I mean, I don't know how they're trying to define it to you. If they're also bisexual, then that would also make sense if they also have a different definition from you. Maybe bisexuality to them means something different than it means to you. That's okay, as long as you understand where that disconnect comes from.
Around a lot of pain I've experienced. A lot of pain.
Experienced. Past tense. Are you sure about that? You're a 40-something-year-old man, not identifying as a man just because you want to be feminine.
So they're non-binary and you don't know that. Like, it could be the case that somebody is non-binary and that they're a bad person, or that they're a creep or a weirdo, right? So for instance, if you take, I don't know, fucking Jessica Yaniv, for instance. She's a terrible fucking person. She's a pedophile. She's evil. But I don't think that being a pedophile makes you less of a woman. It just makes you a bad person, regardless of your gender. And I think that it also causes harm in that you're indirectly saying that only men can be predatory, which isn't true. But it's not just men that can be predatory, but that's what you're indirectly saying here. I mean, granted, maybe not right now, but this is what a lot of people that use this same style of rhetoric will inadvertently say. You're not a real woman because you're just being predatory. But these aren't mutually exclusive. Women can also be predatory, including trans women who genuinely are women. But guess what? If you look at any demographic of people that's large enough, you will find bad apples. Like that's just how the world works. So, I hate to break it to you.
Let's be serious for a moment. Are you okay? Is your
But can't you see how the non-binary label is being used as a shield? Yeah, but that doesn't negate them being non-binary. Like, regardless of whether or not they are or aren't non-binary, that doesn't justify using it as a shield against valid criticism. So, it could be the case that they genuinely are trans. Maybe they even experience a little bit of dysphoria. But that doesn't automatically justify everything. That doesn't mean that they get to use it as a shield against valid criticism, or as like a way of deflecting. Right? It doesn't matter.
mental health okay? If you're truly at peace with yourself, why are you being so passive-aggressive? And why can't you explain that the people that you're reacting to are so wrong? If it's that easy, why don't you do it? Yalla. Why is Jeffrey being accused of being the P word or the G word? The first thing is he's made a handful of videos where he talks to children.
I want to talk to the kids. Hey kids. Hi.
I think that this is uncomfortable to watch, but I don't think that this in of itself is enough to label them as that.
Kids. Hey kids. Hi kids.
And more specifically, he's talking directly to children about himself and his...
I mean, I don't know. This is just based on what? Intros? Again, I haven't seen their content, but...
identity.
I get asked a lot, are you a boy or a girl? Sometimes human beings are more than boy or girl.
He desperately wants children to know...
But they're right. Gender is more complicated than that. Maybe it's not the best person to deliver it, but... yeah, it's not as simple as boy or girl. I don't think that he understands that this kind of rhetoric, this anti-non-binary rhetoric that he uses, and putting the worst non-binary person he can find at the forefront as an example of what non-binary people are like. The reason this is harmful is not just because it's harmful to non-binary people, it's also harmful to binary trans people that don't realize that they're binary trans people. See, allowing there to be room for gray area and saying that gray area is okay allows for people to experiment. It allows for people to have an easier time accepting themselves, not seeing themselves in a super negative light. At least not to the extent that they otherwise would when they start the process of transitioning. If I never found out about non-binary people or whatever, I guess the pipeline for me started out as it was the femboy to non-binary HRT femboy to trans girl pipeline, okay? But if I didn't have those stepping stones there, I never would have become a trans girl because I was so fucking repressed. But knowing that, I can figure things out and be in this weird in-between area, and that's okay, and there are people that will accept me, is what allowed me to experiment with that in the first place. It's okay to not know what you are. Not everybody has a perfect understanding right away, intuitively, because they haven't experimented. I'm fine with non-binary people, but I'm definitely anti-neopronouns and genders. Fine with they, them, or whatever. Yeah, I've heard this take a lot, and I mean, I don't have that much of a... I mean, I don't have, I don't know. Neopronouns are just something that, is... How many people actually use neopronouns? Not enough for me to care, right? It's an interesting discussion, but I feel like people overstate the harm caused by random 16-year-olds on Twitter and TikTok using neopronouns occasionally, which I rarely see. And the few times I have seen people use neopronouns, they also give you the option to use they, them, or he, him, or whatever. So you don't, it's optional. You don't even have to use them. So I think that people overstate the harm a little bit.
Know that it's okay to be like him.
I want to ask you a favor. If you see a kid like me, or an adult like me, would you be extra nice? Would you do me a favor and be very, very kind? Yeah, like anybody, we can feel lonely. I have mean people being mean to me all the time because of...
Okay, this just reeks of mental illness.
how I look, how I sound, and I want you to know that there are people who are absolutely, simply enthusiastic about being mean, and it's not your fault.
And not only that, he's trying to lie to children about basic biology.
There's no such thing as a boy or a girl.
So I assume that they're talking about the social construct rather than the biological one. So no, that's not about basic biology. Again, if you want to go the biological essentialist route, then you don't get to be a man. But I would assume, I would hope that you have enough self-respect to categorize yourself socially as a man. That would be your gender identity, right? And if that's the case, then you should acknowledge that, okay, well, there's obviously a distinction between sex and gender. In terms of your sex, I guess you're going to be some... I guess it's, I mean, technically, when you medically transition, you do, in a weird way, induce like a sort of intersex condition on yourself, right? Because as a trans girl, again, I will never fully become a biological female, right? But that doesn't make me not a woman, right? It just means that I don't have the exact same biology as a biological female, right? It's like, I'm aware of that. I acknowledge that, right? That has nothing to do with the way I want to be socially categorized, though.
Second of all, he's often talking about this thing called going no contact, meaning getting rid of toxic people in your life. Sometimes it can be your parents or your family members. And his critics think that it's inappropriate because they think he's only talking to children. And it's like, if you don't like your family, I can be your family. And third of all, people had...
I mean, again, I don't think that Jeffrey Marsh is the right person to be delivering that, but I don't think that that in of itself is necessarily a bad sentiment. If you have like an extremely like if your family consists of just like, I don't know, a bunch of religious fundamentalist freaks that hate gay people, then I think it's perfectly fine to basically disown your own family even as a kid. I think that that's valid. And I think that there's like an appropriate time and space and context for that.
Had a really huge problem with this video that is now deleted, actually.
Your parents screwed up. It's okay to say so.
Yeah. As soon as they got pregnant, like with me, you just know that they fucked up. Especially when they didn't get an abortion.
That's why I made a Patreon, so that we could talk about it.
Oh god. I don't like, oh god.
We could connect in a way that has more privacy, so that we could talk to each other in a way that's more open and stuff that we wouldn't share like in the comments.
Why wouldn't you share it in the comments? What would be appropriate to send to a minor privately, one-on-one, that wouldn't be appropriate to share in the comments? I'd like to know.
To make something clear, I'm not going to accuse Jeffrey of being the P word or the G word. The only thing I'm going to call him is an ideologue, harmful, and to some degree creepy.
Well, the problem isn't being... It's... whatever.
Creepy is not the same as being the P word. Being annoying and narcissistic, maybe, is not the same as being the P word.
Okay, I actually do appreciate this distinction here, because this is something that I've argued a lot, is that there is a clear distinction, a fine line between being weird, off-putting, and creepy versus being an actual predator. I talked about this a lot in the Dream drama. I'd say that Dream is a lot less creepy than this Jeffrey Marsh individual. That being said, I do appreciate making this categorical distinction. Again, I'll give credit where credit is due.
Or the G word. I don't throw around these terms if I don't have any evidence, solid evidence.
Okay, that's actually pretty based.
I believe in this thing called innocent until proven guilty.
Yes, so do I.
I don't
Based.
know about you, but... And there's
Based.
no evidence that shows that he is the P word.
Okay, actually, you know what? I'll give him the W there.
Some people think that he is because he allegedly posted a video on Patreon talking about sex, and then people claim that he age-restricted his Patreon after receiving backlash. Where's the receipts? Where did people get this from? I genuinely want to know because you can't say this about another person if it's not true. I don't care how horrible Jeffrey is. I don't care that he's a trans activist. He's a human being, and you can't call him the P word if he's literally not the P word.
You know what? All right, fair play. But at the same time, not a big fan of the anti-non-binary rhetoric. It seems like them being a non-binary trans advocate is being put on the same level of them acting creepy towards underage fans, basically. Again, there is genuine concern. Like, there are genuine concerns there. It's not to say that it would be fair to call Jeffrey Marsh a PDF file necessarily. Again, there's not going to be evidence of that. But I don't think that anything good is going to come from these one-on-one interactions on Patreon. Other than maybe they go more in depth and like personal but like, why would you have I don't know. I don't like the idea of like having a really personal conversation with like a 12-year-old. That seems really, I don't know. It's not a good thing. It's not a good thing to do. It's actually a bad thing.
As far as I'm concerned, Jeffrey's also talking to adults when he's handing out advice on how to cut ties with your parents. Who said that he's talking to children?
I mean, I guess, but that's also not a good argument either, because just because you talk to adults sometimes, like, if like this is a similar argument to what Onision has made, actually, now that I think of it, where he's like, well, most of the time I like mature looking women that have like developed breasts. I like all types of women, and it's like parentheses underage ones. Like I don't know. I don't think that that's what he's trying to go for, but not the best argument. But I don't really blame. It's a nitpick on my end, though.
The last time I checked, he always made it very clear when he was talking directly to children. That's the whole point of him saying, "Hi, kids." Remember that adults have parents too. And just because someone is an adult, they still call their parents their parents. No matter how I personally feel about Jeffrey, the whole point of his Patreon and most of his TikToks is to help other SA survivors and overall people who have experienced trauma. And this tiny clip actually proves it.
Your parents made mistakes. It's okay to say that. You deserve peace from that.
Okay, you know what? Actually, yeah, because if they're saying that they made mistakes, past tense, not that they're making mistakes, then that would imply that they're no longer living with their parents, which would imply that they're an adult. Okay.
Which is why you should do my workshop about healing childhood trauma.
Yeah, you don't usually heal childhood trauma during your childhood trauma. You would do it after the fact, right? So I guess, okay, I guess I jumped the gun there a little bit. That would be for adults.
Clearly he's talking to adults when he mentions childhood traumas. Children are not even done experiencing childhood. I'm not defending what Jeffrey is saying. Not wanting to accuse someone of the most horrible thing in the world is not the same as defending him overall.
Okay, I actually agree with it. This is more nuanced than I thought it would be. Like, overall, the whole being against non-binary people thing is not a good message to send, but I do appreciate that there's at least some level of nuance here. It was more than I was expecting.
I, of course, don't think that it's okay that Jeffrey wants to teach children about QIA plus ideology and saying...
No, but that's not the issue. The issue would be that they're messaging them directly one-on-one in talking about really personal shit. That would be the concern. Kids knowing that gay and trans people exist is not an issue. Again, it's like he'll say something that's like correct or like at least has some sort of nuance, and he'll fucking ruin it at the end. He'll fucking ruin it.
Saying that there's no such thing as a man and a woman. I think Jeffrey has been through a lot.
But what that means is that there's social categories that are made up, and that there's no one true definition of either of these things, right? It's not to say that these categories literally do not exist. Okay, we obviously categorize people in terms of gender and even sex, but that doesn't necessarily mean that there's like a one-size-fits-all definition for any of these words. I mean, you have to keep in mind that language is oftentimes quite fluid, especially in a social context, right? It changes over time, depending on the context, and you get the point.
Maybe a lot of trauma in his childhood.
I told my little CPS story before. I went to school with a mark on my face because reasons. Actually, reasons you could just assume. And you would be correct.
So I think in most of his videos, he's talking to himself as a child. It's okay to be different, yada, yada, yada. Maybe he wasn't allowed to express himself as a child, so now he's like compensating for that.
Okay, but I don't think that should be used to discredit them, though.
Wants to be the cool and tolerant parent that he maybe never had. Maybe him identifying as non-binary is a coping mechanism.
No, not necessarily. Maybe there's a non-zero chance, but no, that's entirely just baseless speculation. It's so, like, is there like any evidence of that, or is that just like something that he's made up? I'm assuming it's something he's made up. I don't think that there's any actual evidence to suggest that, oh yeah, being non-binary is a coping mechanism to deal with trauma. Like, you'd have to find some insane evidence for that, because I haven't seen any.
Maybe his rough childhood explains why he acts like a guru, if not a cult leader. Maybe this is the first time in his life where he receives validation, affirmation from others. So he feels so good about that he wants to help others. But in my opinion, you cannot heal others if you're not healed yourself.
I get what he's saying. Like, oh yeah, don't try fixing somebody else's house if you haven't even cleaned your own room yet, or whatever the fuck. But I do think that you can help others even if you haven't like fully healed. I mean, at the end of the day, healing from things like trauma is always going to be a work in progress for the most part, from what I understand. And yeah, I mean, it is what it is. But you can still help people while going through that process yourself.
If you want to help others, you cannot make it all about you. Just because Jeffrey had a rough childhood doesn't mean that he should, as an adult, talk to children about the QIA+ ideology, because...
See, it's I'm about to agree with what he's saying. Like, yeah, you shouldn't talk to children directly, and then it's like, no. No, it's not a problem that they're talking to them directly. It's a problem that they're talking about the LGBTQIA TI84CE+ agenda. That's the real issue. That's where the grooming comes from. Okay. I guess in his defense, he specifically didn't call them a groomer, but whatever. You get the point.
It will confuse them, and it can probably also...
Okay, it will confuse them is a terrible fucking argument. A lot of things confuse children. That doesn't mean it's a bad thing. Oftentimes, it just means it gives them something to think about, whether it be a philosophical concept for them to ponder on, or whatever it may be. Math confuses children. That doesn't mean that it's bad to teach children math. Philosophy might confuse some children. It didn't ever confuse me, but I'm built different. But it's going to confuse some children. That doesn't mean it's bad to teach them.
to harm them if they actually go through the medical transition. I wished he actually addressed the rumors about him and the Patreon stuff. Maybe he thinks it's so ridiculous that he doesn't even want to comment on it. I kind of get it, but at the same time, a weird look. And I truly think that the reason why he shows narcissistic tendencies is due to his rough childhood where he was neglected. Thank you all.
I mean, that's possible. But again, that doesn't really have anything to do with being non-binary. You see, the problem I have with videos like these is it feels like he's intertwining actual negative characteristics with things that aren't necessarily negative, like trans ideology. What the fuck is trans ideology? What does that entail? Non-binary? I don't think that being non-binary is should be lumped in with being narcissistic and weird towards children, right? Can we all agree on that?
All for watching this video. If you want to see more content like this, remember to hit subscribe and
no. Well, that truly was the video of all time. Why can't we all agree they're a fucking weirdo? Wait, did I ever disagree that they're a weirdo? Or am I saying that despite them being a weirdo, that doesn't necessarily invalidate non-binary people? It just means that there's like one non-binary person that's a weirdo. There's definitely a lot more than one cisgender man who's a weirdo, right? But that doesn't mean that I go around saying that men don't actually exist or whatever the fuck, and that they're all just secretly trans women in denial. Or so I don't fucking know. But yeah, oh my god. Anyways, let's see. You keep reading my messages out of context. Well, I don't read every single message. Ben Jeffrey Marsh from schools. I don't know if there'd be a legal argument for that, though. Also, Happy New Year, everybody. Not yet for me. Still the 31st of December for me, as I'm recording, but yeah. Thing is, Jeffrey Marsh is protected by some trans activists. Okay. Your point? But like, I don't like that doesn't mean shit. There's more. Like, you do realize that trans activists aren't a fucking monolith, right? Like, different trans activists believe different things sometimes. Like that can happen. But okay. Okay, I guess. Whatever. Whatever. You know what? I think I might watch this person's videos on streams more just because it gives me something to talk about. I feel like he's blatantly wrong about stuff frequently enough for me to, like, disagree with him. But I will give him credit where credit is due. He at least appears to have some level of nuance. Even if the ultimate conclusions that he comes to about things like non-binary are incorrect. Sounds like you're doing voice training. Nice. Hell yeah. Can we watch my leg later? I don't have the energy. Those videos, I feel like I have to be high energy for those videos because they're always, there's like a shit ton of editing and it's like it's Gen Z brain rot. So, and in the bad way. Like, there's the good kind of Gen Z brain rot and there's the bad kind. Look, I don't have an issue with fast-paced editing, but I don't know. It's just When it's done in a certain way is, I agree with Femyoz on this. Hell yeah. But yeah, I don't know. What do we watch next? I use dear pronouns. You're a transphobic trans person. How I talk to trans people. Okay. Boys have ovaries too? I mean, some of them do. If they're trans, yeah. Looks do not equal gender? Yeah, that would be true. Your trauma is okay, that's probably a straw man, I would assume. Okay. I'm legally a woman, transphobes. Okay. Alright. Guess we'll watch this. My favorite is you can be gay but don't be gay. Yeah. My favorite argument from my leg. Yeah. He's an interesting fella, huh? But yeah, no, I'm not interested in watching his content today. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, no. You're saying something. Well, if looks don't equal gender, then how does being a specific gender fit a social archetype? Okay, because stereotypes don't necessarily indicate who somebody is in like a broad sense, right? So it could be the case that there's some sort of like stereotype that, I don't know, spaghetti and meatballs is an Italian thing. But not all Italians like spaghetti and meatballs. You could say, oh, well, you're a lot more likely to like spaghetti and meatballs if you're Italian because you probably ate them growing up. And that's probably true, right? But that's not essential to being Italian, right? Does that make sense? Like, it's still an Italian thing, but it's not... It is not necessary in order for you to be Italian to enjoy eating spaghetti and meatballs. But surely there's a criteria for being a specific gender? Is there a rigid criteria for being a specific race, or is it just kind of vibes based, right? Like there's not like a specific percentage, right? So the way we categorize people is less rigid than you would intuitively think. You would think that there'd be lines that are clear, that are drawn, but anything that's socially constructed, and granted, not all social constructs are equal, right? Not all of them are the same, but generally when you're dealing with socially constructed concepts, you're dealing with something that's vibes-based, in a sense. Something that you can't always have specific criteria for. If there are specific criteria for a gender, how much of it do you have to meet? What are these criteria? What criteria do you have to meet to be a woman or to be a man? There's a criteria for everything. Okay, what criteria do you have to meet to be a man or a woman? I'd like to know. But yeah, so yeah, anyways, sorry, there's a criteria for race, sexuality, etc. There's like a general understanding of things that are associated with those things, and there's like a general understanding of who is and isn't those things, but there's not like a fine line. You need to be black to be, well, black. Okay, well, how black do you have to be? Is 25% black and 75% white enough? What about, is 50% enough? Is 12.5% enough? Where do you draw the line? Like, no matter what, right? No matter what, there's gonna be some level of arbitrariety to it, right? There's not specific criteria you have to meet. There's not a specific threshold for the amount of melanin you must have. First of all, that would completely disregard all of the albino people that exist in the world that would otherwise have melanin. Not to mention the fact that, okay, well, what about heritage? Well, okay, but that becomes really complicated when you have mixed-race people that it's there's no real fine line. You just sort of get an idea. There's like a sort of a social awareness or understanding, which is, don't get me wrong, not satisfying for my autistic-ass brain, but that's just the way society operates, I guess, in terms of the way we categorize things socially. It's not something that we do intentionally even. We just do it a lot of the time. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's good or bad by default, but how can you differentiate men and women? Well, usually they will, well, I mean, if you're looking at somebody walking down the street, usually they'll look a certain way, right? But is Finster a woman? Actually, I don't know. He might be having a gender identity crisis. But last time I checked, he was still confidently identifying as a femboy. Now, you might look at him down the street and you might be like, well, that's obviously a woman. Look at how he's presenting himself. But that's not necessarily the case. See, you might perceive him to be that way, but that's not necessarily who he is. On the flip side, you might have a trans woman who is, whatever, born biologically a male that doesn't necessarily pass as a woman, at least maybe not yet, that wants to be referred to in a certain way. I think that that's perfectly valid. I mean, how can you know for sure if you want to live a certain way until you experiment with it? And that might be one of the things that determines whether or not you decide to go on HRT. And maybe you don't pass before doing HRT, right? Or voice training. But you might not want to go through all that effort if you don't even know if it's the right decision for you. And one of the ways that you can, well, sort of figure it out is testing the waters a little bit. How do you know the sky's blue? Because we sort of have a way in which we categorize light. But again, is there a fine line between blue and purple? No. What is the criteria for being blue versus not blue? What's the line between blue and not blue? Where do you draw that line? You don't. Because you're going to end up with, okay, well, what about this weird shade of what looks like it might kind of be sort of blue, but it's also kind of purple? How do you categorize that, right? You can say, well, it's kind of blue. But you might say, well, that's not really blue. Like, blue would not include purple. But what you end up with is water that gets really muddy, right? You don't have a clear way of defining it, but that's okay. You don't need a 100% accurate way of defining it in the context if it's not going to serve some sort of utility, right? I don't think it serves any social utility to have these hyper specific means or methods of socially categorizing people, right? Now, if you want to get scientific and say, okay, well, what if we're talking about like a I don't know, whatever. If you're trying to make some sort of distinction, right, in science, right? Okay, you're gonna arbitrarily draw the line somewhere, maybe, but there's some sort of utility for that, right? There's not really a social utility for that broadly, right? There's no reason necessarily to care that much about being super precise with gender. That doesn't mean that it doesn't help to understand gender or to understand where it stems from or what it means to you or other people. That's not what I'm saying at all. But what I am saying is it's not as black and white as you would intuitively think. Same, I like cross-dressing and I'm pretty feminine, but I'm still a guy. Yeah. So it's not just the social expectations, right? But that you could say that that's like a part of gender, right? But you can orbit around one set of expectations, but then go against those expectations. You can orbit around another and adhere to them, or go against them if you want. You could just not orbit around any expectations and do whatever the fuck you want. That's sort of the idea behind non-binary. Whatever the case may be, you're gonna have to judge it on a case-by-case basis a lot of the time. Like in your everyday life, what's the most useful way of categorizing people in terms of gender? Well, judge that on a case-by-case basis, I guess. But be cognizant of why you might categorize any given individual a certain way. What leads you to intuitively categorize someone as something? Well, it's going to depend on 1, how your brain works, and 2, who you're categorizing, and 3, how you're categorizing them, and 4, how you categorize other people. Like, it's not... I wish that there was some, like, checklist of... Oh, I mean, I don't wish that, actually. That would be fucking stupid. But it would be a lot easier to explain, oh, here's the checklist of things you have to do to be a woman, or characteristics you have to have. But you're always going to find women, including cis women, that don't have said characteristics, at least one of said characteristics. And then what you end up with is, oh, okay, so now we have to arbitrarily decide that there's like a certain number of characteristics that you have to meet, but you don't have to meet all of them, but you have to like at least meet this proportion of them. At which point, there's no fucking point. Right? There's no fucking point. You may as well just not define anything at that point. That's just not useful. I just don't understand the whole quote my truth shit. I mean, it's not just about my truth. It's more about gender being more complicated than a simple checklist of things that you have to meet. Because that's not what being a woman is. If we're talking about the way we socially categorize people, we don't... Like, whenever you see, I don't know, a random woman walking down the street, you might categorize her as a random woman walking down the street. But is it because she meets some sort of checklist? No. And there might be an instance where you accidentally categorize a femboy as a woman. That can happen. In fact, oftentimes it does happen. Because you don't actually use a big old checklist with specific criteria in order to socially categorize someone as a woman, right? There's a difference between a biological categorization and a social categorization, keep in mind, right? In terms of how we socially categorize people, I mean, It's not complicated. So someone in Kick Chat says, if it's not complicated if you got pussy, then you're a woman. That's it. Okay, so what if you have both? What if you have a pussy and a dick? Then what are you categorized as? How can you tell if someone's black? That's a good question. I guess you sort of just look and get a general idea based on maybe their hair and their face structure, kind of. But how do you tell the difference between someone who is okay? What if somebody is 12.5% black and then the rest is white? Okay, what about 12.5% black, 25% Indian, 6% Chinese, 8% Mexican? Like, it gets so fucking convoluted that, like, you don't have a, like, again, it's just gonna be like, do you pass the vibe check, basically? So do black people not exist? That's not what I'm saying at all. But I acknowledge that it's also a social category, in a sense, that doesn't have a clear line. Now, if we're talking about literal blackness, like how dark is your skin, like physically, if we're talking about a physical reality, then okay, then whatever. Anyone that has skin that is this dark or darker would have black skin, whatever, depending on how you want to categorize colors, even. But if we're talking about the more, I guess, the social way in which we categorize them, because if it was just based on color of skin, right, literally just color of skin, wouldn't people from India also generally tend to be black? I mean, they would be more black than light-skinned black people, but that doesn't make any sense in terms of how we categorize people. We would be more likely to categorize a light-skinned black person as being black than an Indian who has darker skin than them. It's entirely arbitrary, right? There's no specific set of criteria that you have to meet. Is it wrong to say black people generally have specific features that other races have, that other races don't have? No. There is nothing wrong with saying that. It generally tends to be the case that yeah, any given race of people or category of people is going to have some sort of characteristic in common more often than not that other categories of people may not have as often, right? So it could be the case that if you're black, you're more likely to have a certain type of nose, right? Now, that's not always going to be the case, but on average, sure, right? Whereas if, say, you're Caucasian, you're less likely to have whatever that type of nose is, right? But it's not impossible or something that won't happen, but there's generally sort of a set of characteristics, and there are people that are, like, again, it gets very convoluted. Some white people have features that black people tend to have. Yeah, exactly, because it's not just a specific set of criteria. It's generally a set of, it's like a collection of features that we use to sort of make that determination, right? But it's no single feature that we use to make that categorical distinction. It's more along the lines of an accumulation of features to sort of get like a vibe, right? And that's sort of what we do socially. Again, that's not even an argument for whether or not it's morally correct that we do that necessarily, or that that's the most efficient or logical way to do it, right? Personally, I think that there's always room for improvement in terms of the way we categorize people, in terms of the way society operates, in terms of what serves the most utility, socially and morally. But that doesn't mean that in terms of the way we currently define things that it's logical necessarily in a more social/societal context. A vibe isn't an argument. Oh, I agree. But the fact of the matter is I'm not making a prescriptive claim about the way things ought to operate. I am simply describing the way things currently do operate, right? So when I say that this is how people in general tend to make these categorical distinctions. I'm not saying that this is the way we ought to make them. I'm saying that that's the way society currently makes them, right? It's not to say that that's an argument for why it's good or bad. I would have to make an argument for why this is to the benefit or to the detriment of the greatest number of people, right? It's also really hard to argue against a vibe. Well, that's why it would be neutral by default, right? So I wouldn't argue that it's necessarily a bad thing either, right? It's just something that society sort of does, right? But what you can make arguments for is, given the fact that this is the way society operates, you can make arguments in favor of, say, I don't know, doing it in a way that maximizes utility. For instance, it serves more utility to categorize trans women as women in a social context. Why? Because it is to the betterment of the well-being of the trans people, right? It harms no one and it benefits trans people, right? So there's nothing being lost there, right? So there would be something that goes beyond vibes there. There'd be a philosophical argument there in favor, or like an ethical concern, right? Or an ethical argument for maximizing utility, right? The same people advocating for the vibe and self-ID should also tend to be homophobic. No, I don't think so. Are there some that are homophobic? I'm sure. Just like there are some Nazi femboys that exist, but that's like the weird shit exists sometimes. That doesn't mean shit. Isn't it weird that like there's like so many femboy Nazis? It's like, yeah, okay, yeah, there are more than I'd like there to be. I'd like there to be 0. More than 0 is too many, but oh well. What can I say? They exist. What can I say? That being said, I think that the arguments that I make aren't based on vibes. I make a descriptive claim about the way things are, but I might include that as context for, hey, here's the way things ought to be, right? Because this is what causes the least amount of harm or causes the most amount of good, right? So this is where conservatives fail, is they can't do a philosophical analysis most of the time, because they're less likely to be focused on, say, what serves the most utility in a moral sense or even in a social sense, right? They just don't like queer people because we're degenerate and go against God, right? But that's not logic, right? Whereas trying to do something because it maximizes the well-being and overall human happiness, which fits a logical utilitarian worldview based on a very consistent moral framework, I think that that's going to be a lot more logical, and that's sort of what sets me apart. I don't think that there's anything wrong with acknowledging descriptive claims about the way that the world is, so long as you acknowledge that that doesn't automatically necessitate that that's the way the world ought to operate. However, I think that there's also an important I think it's important to recognize when you can versus when you can't change the way something is descriptively. And just because something is a certain way descriptively doesn't mean it's good or bad, right? By default, I assume it's neutral until there's an argument for good or harm, right? So, for instance, it would be neutral, let's say, so for instance, trans women are women. So let's say you hear that for the first time using my analytical framework, I guess. The first time you hear it, you're going to think, okay, well, that's neutral, right? You're just arbitrarily categorizing people, right? But what makes it a good thing is if you look at all of the scientific research and whatnot, it's been statistically proven time and time again that correctly gendering trans women as women and whatnot betters their mental health, right? And that if there is a argument for minimizing harm and maximizing and maximizing the well-being of people in general, then that's gonna ultimately determine which arbitrary ideas we should use or implement socially, right? And whether or not an idea that we implement socially or a way we categorize people is ultimately good or bad, right? So you can take a descriptive claim about the way people categorize people. You could say, okay, well, this isn't like a super rigid definition, right? But what we can look at is, does this cause harm? Is this something that benefits people, or is it something that harms people, or is it just neutral? Right? If it's neutral, okay, whatever. I just don't care. Do nothing. If it's harmful, advocate against it. If it's helpful, advocate in favor of more of it. Right? I think that's fairly straightforward. So again, if self-ID activists call you the F slur, it's fair to come to a conclusion. I mean, maybe, but I don't think that 90% of self-ID activists are calling you the F slur or like trying to be bigoted against you for being gay. Like, you're just doing the same woke scold thing of, well, somebody said a slur, or somebody called me a slur, but let me not give the context. Like, if it's one gay person telling another gay person that, if a gay person calls another gay person, or a queer person calls a gay person, or whatever the fuck, a homophobic slur, I think that's already going to give you context as to what their what is their intention? Do you think that they are against gay rights? Do you think that they think that you are inferior to straight people? Do they think that or like, how what is their intent? Now, you can say that they don't have good intentions, or and that's your opinion, but that doesn't necessarily, I don't know. Look, I mean, I could sit here all day. I mean, I guess this is a just chatting stream. The pressing questions, so true. Hypothetical, if your local femboy Hooters only has fashy femboy milk available, is it ethical to consume? If no other options exist and you are very thirsty, I mean, you may as well milk them. I mean, if they exist, they may as, like, if they're going to be fashy no matter what, may as well be femboys as well, all right? They may as well be, they may as well be surrounded in Hitler particles while, like, they may as well be surrounded in Hitler particles while sucking your dick, right? Hello, Batao Crafter, welcome to the stream. I do believe the same people who think being gay means whatever they want it to mean are against gay people. No. I think that what a lot of people might argue is that being gay might mean different things for different people, right? So it could be the case that, and it's going to depend on the context, right? So there might be some instances where I say gay and I literally just mean, whatever, two homosexual men. But I might use it colloquially, right? Like the gay community. Oh, well, what does that mean? It's like, okay, queer people, right? Or, oh, that's like pretty gay. Like, oh, okay. Like, it's going to depend on the context, right? When I'm saying it, why I'm saying it, who I'm saying it to, etc. The other thing is, in terms of sexuality, what your sexuality means to you is going to be a little bit different from what it means to other people, right? Sexuality is not like what it means to be gay for one person. It might be a lot different from what it means to be gay for another person, right? So it could be the case that say I'm attracted, or same thing with the term lesbian, right? Now, I'm not sure. I'd say that, like, I don't want to label myself as a bisexual lesbian because that sounds like a contradiction in terms. And in a technical sense, you would be correct, right? But what I would try, but if someone were to label themselves as that, what they'd be trying to get at is sort of something similar to what I experience, right? Where I generally lean more towards being attracted to women. I'm way more, like, if somebody is a woman, I'm instantly way more likely to be attracted to them. Regardless of whether or not they're trans, I'm just attracted to femininity in general. I also am attracted to femboys as well, so I guess I make an exception. But that's sort of, but again, like, that would be an example of, and again, I don't like to label myself as that exactly because I'm autistic as shit. And my brain just doesn't work that way. But if someone were to do that, like, I would totally get what they're trying to say, right? Like, they're saying, oh, like, okay, like, they're bisexual, but they clearly lean one way, and they have a clear preference for women, right? And they also identify as a woman, right? Am I making sense here? I think that there's not there's not one set of experiences that you must have or one type of attraction you must experience in order to be homosexual or whatever, right? The same people who want to remove the term gay. Okay, how many people want to remove the term gay for being outdated? I do believe the same thing about people. Oh, yeah, I already read that. Yeah, no, like, that doesn't make any sense. It's like when Jalen tried arguing the term gay is offensive and outdated. Okay, well, if she argued that, first of all, I need to know the context, and secondly, yeah, she was probably making a retarded argument. What's the criteria for being gay, lesbian, or straight? What do you mean? There's not a specific percentage of the time that you must be attracted to women or must be attracted to men. Like, when people use language, right? They're not always going to be literal. Like, it's easy for you and I, as the fucking autists we are. I mean, I get it. All right, I'm autistic as shit. To be like, well, that's a contradiction in terms. I agree that in a literal sense that would be a contradiction. But again, if someone is saying that, if someone says words, they're usually trying to communicate information. And they're not, and if somebody says that, they're not trying to communicate a contradiction, they're just sort of giving off a sort of vibe. Like, oh, like, there are some instances where, you know, maybe I like a man, especially if they're like really twinky or feminine, or if they're like a femboy, but like most of the time I like women, but that doesn't mean that I'm entirely opposed to dating men. That would be an example of why someone might say that they're a bisexual lesbian, right? Now, you could use a micro label. I think that the technical term would be like, I don't know, like finsexual or gynosexual or whatever the fuck. But nobody uses those terms, right? That doesn't communicate information unless you're talking to people who also know what those terms mean, right? But if you're using terms that people already know and you're like, okay, bisexual lesbian, well, that means that like you're over here, but like you're bisexual, but you lean a certain way clearly, right? That's all that really means, right? It's just a faster way of saying it. Again, I can understand finding that confusing, but I think personally, it's not my cup of tea. I don't define myself that way, but I think it's worthwhile in terms of understanding what people mean when they say those words, right? You're talking about being attracted to both sexes with a preference to one sex. Well, it could be the case that you're also talking about gender, right? When somebody says that they're gay or a lesbian, they could be referring to being attracted to the same gender, right? Again, it's going to depend on what that sexuality means to you. Again, you might be attracted to primary, secondary sex characteristics, etc. You might also be attracted to somebody's presentation socially, right? Maybe you're attracted to all of the above, right? For instance, I'm guessing that you, in terms of what you personally experience, you're personally more attracted to, say, the physical sex characteristics, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that, right? But not everybody is the same way, right? There are some people that start to find themselves attracted to somebody simply because, well, the way they present themselves, the way they come across, right? There's a, for instance, when it comes to goth mommy doms, there's something about them. There's a certain vibe they give off. They just instantly make me melt in Discord VCs that nobody else can do the same way they can. I'm okay, well, not nobody else, but that's the thing, is that's there's something about it, right? But it's not about their sex characteristics. It's more about the way they come across, right? So to me, it doesn't matter all that much if it's a trans girl or a cis girl. Now, that doesn't mean I don't have preferences necessarily. Again, I do have some preferences, but they're not as important for me as they would be for you. It's whatever. It's the kind of preference that's like, okay, if I was given the choice, I'd choose this over this, but it's not a huge deal, right? Like height, for instance. I'd prefer it if the other person is taller than me, because then that makes me feel subbier. I'm not beating the bottom allegations anymore. I don't even give a shit. Fuck you. Fuck all of you. Right? But that's not like the end all be all. Similarly, I honestly prefer dick over pussy ever so slightly. But at the same time, I also prefer women over men. It's very confusing. I guess you could say I'm a chaser. Yeah, I don't know. I'm mostly straight, but kind of bi sometimes, mostly femboys. Yeah, exactly. Like, you're not, and you don't have to adhere to either category. Or you can say, I'm gynosexual, and say what it means. Yes, because I want to explain what my sexuality means for 20 minutes every time I tell somebody. So you're bisexual with a preference? Yeah, someone might say bisexual lesbian to indicate not just a preference, but like a really strong preference. I think Femyoz is trans now. You better believe I am. So they look like a specific. It's quite literally about sex characteristics. Okay, well, yeah, like, well, but that's the thing, is for some people that matters more than it does for others. It matters more to you than it does to me, and it matters more to me than it does to some other people. Some people are attracted exclusively to women, including trans women, and have absolutely no genital preference. Some people, that's a deal breaker for them. They do have a genital preference, and that matters to them. Both of these things are absolutely okay. There's nothing wrong with that. Where I start to get a little bit weirded out, though, like, is if, say there's a trans girl who is post-op, you know, she's had bottom surgery and everything, right? And she physically looks like a woman in pretty much every way imaginable. But then someone is like, oh yeah, no, but I still wouldn't date that person because that would make me gay. People like that are fucking retarded. It's like, yeah, well, like, like, at that point, literally, what difference does it make? Like, if somebody is like, okay, I'm probably not gonna get bottom surgery, but if I were to, and then some number of people find me a little bit less attractive because they don't like pussy, that's fine. Like, that's not something you really decide for yourself. You just are or aren't attracted sometimes, right? And that's fine. A neovagina is quite literally unusable. Source. Are there instances where there are like difficulties with it? Yeah. And don't get me wrong, like the possible complications and the fact that surgery is fucking scary are all reasons it's probably never gonna happen. And frankly, I don't really have bottom dysphoria. I don't think, or if I do, it's like not that much. It's only in the sense that like I feel like I don't know how to tuck yet, so I can't wear leggings unless I'm wearing a skirt, and that bothers me a little bit. But that's because if you have a bulge, then that's seen as like a guy thing. Like, that's not seen like, but that's like more of like a societal expectation that should be done away with. Frankly, I don't think it should matter what's in your pants. That shouldn't define who you are. That shouldn't define the way you're treated or the way that society views you. But it doesn't have to literally, if it looks like a vagina, it feels like a vagina, etc. Specifically to the other person, not the person who's gotten bottom surgery, but to the other person. Literally, what's the fucking point of oh yeah, no, I wouldn't date them even after bottom surgery because they're trans. That's fucking stupid. I mean, you're not forced to, but at that point, I start to question your motives. Because then that's not genital preference. That's just like a weird insecurity. That's like a weird straight male insecurity of, oh, I don't want to like this because other people might think it's gay. That's usually what it boils down to. If they still won't date a trans person post-op or even pre-op, like a lot of the time, like I guarantee you there are a lot of guys that are straight that would totally fuck a trans girl, maybe even a femboy, you know, if they're feeling, you know, extra spicy one day, right? But they might still just be straight in terms of how they live, like just functionally, right? But the only reason that they don't do that is because they don't want to be perceived as gay. There are a lot of men who are like that. Now, granted, there are a lot of straight men that just don't like dick, even if it's a trans girl's dick, and that's okay. But yeah, man. Oh dear, oh dear. What an interesting discussion. Teehee, uwu. Yeah, anyways. Sorry. Had to drink water. Speaking of water, I guess not speaking, well, I mean, drinking water might be the cause of this. I need to take another big fat piss, so I'm going to be right back. I do have some top-notch, high-quality content to play in the background, so here we go.
To a church, but then the eBay resellers just like made it into their eBay house or something. Is that what it is? Having that many boxes means they could be a streamer, to be honest.
Hey,
It's gonna work this time, I promise. I remember to do all of my settings correctly. Today we're gonna be checking out some content. I'm not gonna tell you who it is. He doesn't say, so I'm just gonna not say.
Inside State headquarters. No, it's not. No, I watched it already. I watched it. I just don't know. I thought maybe it's his house, isn't it? It's XQC's old house? No, I've fucking seen XQC's
8800 Blue Lick Road is a 3-bedroom house that you can go on a 3D virtual tour of right now if you're interested in purchasing it. And it's, you know, they say you don't really know someone until you've... I'm gonna go take a shit. Held hands while taking a dump. This digital property viewing is one of those things where the longer you stare at the image, the more bizarre things you notice. So today I'm gonna take you on a sightseeing tour of the oddities.
This is literally Steak HQ. Hold on, I'm gonna be back in 1 second.
Of 8800 Blue Lick Road. If we start at the entrance, you're greeted by a Minions brand doormat that really Ooh, now I don't know for sure, but I think we might have found the toilet soda culprit. Now, if we go across the hall from the man cave, we'll find ourselves in the second bathroom of the property. Now, that urinal in a residential bathroom is a strange decision. But that carpet under the urinal, that is a bad decision. Now that's what in the business we would call a piss absorbent object. And as a general tip from me to you, if you've got an object and it's very high on the piss absorbency scale, don't put it in places.
Everybody gangsta until he hits you with the piss absorbency scale. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. What was I listening to? I have no idea. But yeah, anyways. The video that I'm playing whenever I go to the bathroom right now is called Hassan Piker, Man of Steel. Since it's important to credit people, unlike Hassan, for their hard work of suffering through Hassan streams by being forced to sift through them. But yeah, anyways. I'm gonna drink some water and then we'll move on to the next segment. I don't know if any of these segments or any parts of the segments will become anything that gets used in future video projects, but who knows? Damn, I'm getting cold. It's cold in here. Winter be like that. Anyways. Okay, anyways, the next video we're going to be watching is called I'm Legally a Woman, Transphobes Reacting to Insufferable Dylan Mulvaney. Oh no, she's insufferable. Oh god, the horror. So let's find out why she's so insufferable. Now, before we get started, right off the bat, I understand not liking Dylan Mulvaney, thinking, oh, she's kind of annoying, or oh, it's not really my style of content. That's perfectly reasonable and fine. You can be like, oh yeah, she's kind of cringe, or I don't like her personality, whatever. That's fine. But I'm guessing that that's not going to be all that's said in the video, because that wouldn't really be a video, now would it? That would be like 5 seconds. Oh yeah, Dylan Mulvaney kind of cringe, lol. Anyways, smash like and subscribe. So let's find out what the video is all about. It even rhymes.
Got my new passport.
Okay.
Let's see. Show me an F for female. Show me an F for female. F for female.
Okay.
Should it be possible for people to change their sex legally?
Also, wait.
Got my new passport. Let's see. Show me an F for female. Show me an F for female. F for female.
Has she been doing voice training? Cause her voice sounds different from what I remember. I think she's done voice training.
Should it be possible for people to change their sex legally?
Yes.
If yes, what should the criteria be? Who should get a legal sex change? And if no, what should the trans people who pass—
Oh, right off the bat. Right, well. What's the legal distinction between I'm so fucking dumb when it comes to law. So this is going to be a little bit more difficult for me to commentate on. When it comes to the way the law currently categorizes sex and gender, like, does it recognize your sex or your gender? I assume sex because he's saying sex. So I guess for the sake of argument, I'll assume that that's correct. In which case, I mean, you're technically not entirely male or female if you're trans, right? If you've medically transitioned, you're not really either. So like you'd be some form of intersex, really, because you'd have sex characteristics of both. I mean, sex isn't just one characteristic. It's an accumulation of characteristics. So if you're a transsexual female or a transsexual male, let's say, there's absolutely zero argument, literally zero argument for not being able to change your sex. Now, that's if we presuppose that it should be based on sex in the first place. If we don't base it on sex, which serves more social utility, then yeah, you should absolutely be able to get it changed, because why the fuck not? What harm comes from that? There's no real statistical evidence to suggest that allowing people to change their gender on their like legally causes harm, right?
so well as the opposite sex do in legal situations. Today I'm going to react to the stunning and brave trans activist Dylan Mulvaney, who just got a legal sex change.
Ooh, the haters are really gonna hate this one. Get ready with me to officially change my passport from male to female. You might be wondering why I waited so long to get the new passport. In order to do a gender change, you have to send the passport in for a matter of weeks or months, and I travel so much for work that I couldn't be without a passport.
We get it. The money's more important. Wait, maybe I'm not joking. If he actually had gender dysphoria, he had.
Wait, how do you know she doesn't have gender dysphoria? What, you don't know that.
The opportunity to alleviate it months ago, but he chose the career instead. Apparently.
What? I'm sorry? But hasn't Dylan Mulvaney gone on HRT, socially transitioned? I think she might be doing voice training, because her voice sounds different from how I remember it. Maybe I'm just imagining shit, but I don't know. I think she either got facial feminization surgery somewhat recently, or said she was like planning on it. I don't remember. So I don't know, that doesn't sound like something like how many people get facial feminization surgery if they don't have gender dysphoria? I'm not saying it's zero, but how likely is that? Like how many non-dysphoric trans people want facial feminization surgery? Again, it's not non-zero. And I don't think there's anything wrong. If you want facial feminization surgery and maybe you don't have really any dysphoria, but you just feel better about yourself, go for it. Anyways, let's continue.
Traveling for work is more important than to alleviate the discomfort. So my question is, does he even have the discomfort?
So I've just been using the one with the wrong gender. But more recently, it's just gotten tricky because, honey, I look like this, and they don't always think that I'm the same person that's in my passport.
Yeah, I can see why she would say that. Like that, like from the perspective of any trans person, that's gonna be an accomplishment. It's like, wow, I have physically changed so much that people think I'm lying when I say I'm the same person as the person as a past photo of me before I transitioned. So yeah, that, like, I can see why that would give her gender euphoria to say that and to acknowledge that. But I don't see the issue. It's no different from me in the future, like, imagining myself in the future looking at old photos of me and telling people, wow, can you believe that that is the same person as me? And then they're like, no, get out of here. Like, that's like a goal, because that's like a flex almost, you know? It's like a flex.
Who's they? Even though you got a bit more breast tissue and facial surgery, I don't think that the employees at airports question your gender that much because you still have a deep voice.
I think it used to be deeper. Also, voice training is hard. As someone that's currently doing voice training, it's not easy. Fuck, I have a deep voice. It's not because I want to have a deep voice. I just do. But it's higher than it used to be. I don't even know if sometimes I can do my old voice. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it today, but sometimes I can, sometimes I can't. Oh my god. Yeah, no, I think I lost the ability. But you can look at old content of mine and you can hear the difference. Like, if you just go to like a past live stream from like whatever, even just a few weeks before this one, it's a big difference. Like, again, this is one of the issues I have with this kind of rhetoric as well, is it's like, oh, so you got facial feminization surgery, you've been on HRT for ages, you have breasts, and you've learned makeup, you've done all this shit, but you're not valid because your voice isn't there yet. Like fuck you. Like, what an actual piece of shit. I can hear the difference for sure. Yeah, exactly. Like, I could just, like, this dude has the most fucking punchable face imaginable. Holy shit. Now I know why. I guarantee you, he would probably say the same shit to me. Oh, you're not really trans. You still sound like a man. You still look like a man. You don't even know makeup. You're not even dysphoric enough to feel the need to obsess over makeup yet. It's like, well, I'm gonna learn it, but like, again, and also, not all people that have dysphoria, like, out of all the people that, first of all, I have dysphoria. Secondly, not everybody that has dysphoria has the same level of dysphoria. Thirdly, I don't know why whether or not you have dysphoria should dictate whether or not you're allowed to be socially categorized a certain way. That just seems completely illogical. What utility does that serve? Like, who does that benefit?
And a male energy.
Old passport became a bigger issue once I got—
Oh, and fun fact, if you say dysphoric trans people, you're just wrong, because I'm a dysphoric trans person, but I used to categorize in my head my own experience as not dysphoria. I swear it's not dysphoria. But like, but you know, I mean, life would be like 5 trillion times better if I was born as a female, and also if there was a magical button I could press to do that, I would press it. And also, I am fucking terrified of what testosterone will do to me because it'll make me super masculine, and that will just... that's the thing. And obviously that's why I went on HRT, is because it's like, oh my god, I do not want to become any more masculine than this. This is already too much. I'm already way too fucking masculine looking. I look way too manly. And anything more than that is just, I wouldn't have been able to deal with it. See, here's the thing, right? Being a boy is one thing. Being socially categorized as a boy is one thing. Being socially categorized as a man when you're not one fucking sucks ass. I did not want that. So thankfully I have the twink genetics or some shit. So, and then I started HRT like 6 months ago. I'm 19, so pretty good age to start, I guess. Could be better, could be worse, but not bad at the very least. But yeah, anyways.
I got FFS surgery because my face shape changed, and I also have blonde hair, and so it's kind of a double whammy. They just are like, who are you? And what'd you do with the old Dylan? Thought I would have the most issues in other countries when traveling with it, but it was actually here in America that I had the biggest hiccup, and that happened in the Miami airport, and the TSA agent could not get past this old passport, and I brought up like my Instagram, and I was like trying everything in my power to like prove to him that that was me at some point.
Sure, that happened.
Photo taken. Girl, this is what I have been working with. Hello?
I don't see any huge changes, to be honest. And
Wait, hold on. Let's
Hello?
see. You don't... Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, those look exactly the same. I can't even tell the difference. Like, what are you talking about? Obviously, first of all, the hair, the eyebrows, etc., completely different. Not to mention the fact that the face, the face shape it's a different face shape. Now you could say, oh, well, they look similar, like the way that two siblings would look similar. And to that I'd say, well, yeah, no shit. It is still technically the same fucking person, but like, it doesn't even look like the same person. It looks like they could be siblings. But again, just say that, oh yeah, they look like, I feel like he's just talking shit for the sake of talking shit.
I don't see any huge changes, to be honest. And if you do, just remember that he's probably using a filter when filming. He's most likely using...
Oh, I don't see any huge changes, but in case you have eyes and can see the huge changes, oh, it's probably just a filter. Like, he's literally just trying so hard to invalidate Dylan Mulvaney as much as humanly possible for no fucking reason. Like, what did she do to him? And then he goes around making videos like, oh yeah, how can I be transphobic when I'm literally trans? It's like, okay. That would be like if yeah, all right. Like, maybe this? If you constantly invalidate other trans people, and like, I don't know, that seems pretty transphobic to me.
Filter, some glam lights, and makeup, so don't let those things fool you.
Got my new passport. Let's see.
Oh, yeah, because, oh yeah. And don't let that fool us. Okay, even if that was the case, even if there wasn't that much of a difference, what's the point of even mentioning it? Like, let's say that she didn't look any different, unless she used filters. Okay, does that make her gender identity less valid?
Show me an F for female, show me an F for...
It's like his arguments rely on Dylan Mulvaney not passing, because if he acknowledges that she passes, or that she's actually gone pretty far with her transition, then he basically has to acknowledge that she's trans. Or else he'll look like even more of an asshole. And even, well, I don't know if that's possible. But, oh well.
For female, F for female, woo! And I look pretty good. This is the biggest weight lifted off my shoulders. I would like to thank the US government for allowing me to do this, and to all those people that call me a man, well, you can take that up with the Department of Social Security, because my passport says otherwise.
Dear Dylan, I will still call you a man because that is what you are, and will
by what standard?
Will always be. I'm not.
Okay, are you a woman, and is that what you will always be? Or okay. I think you're a man. You look like a man. You sound like a man. You kind of sort of identify as one, etc. I'd be willing to acknowledge that, but I don't know. Maybe he's just so fucking self-hating that maybe he doesn't even believe that, really. Maybe he doesn't even think he's a man and thinks that he'll never be a real man. Well, I think he's a real man, but I don't know. Maybe that's just me. Maybe I'm just too nice or some shit. I don't fucking know.
Not only talking about how no one can change their biological sex, I'm also talking about you.
Actually, yes, you can. You can absolutely change your biological sex to an extent. Like, you can't go from 100% male to 100% female, right? That's not realistic. That's not going to happen. But you can increase the amount of sex characteristics you have that become female, let's say. Again, when I'm starting to grow boobs because I'm on estrogen. That is a sex characteristic. So am I biologically female now? Well, no. But I'm ever so slightly closer. I'm slightly closer than I was before, right? And the longer you're on HRT, the better it becomes.
You being a fraud. You're not a woman, but you're most importantly not a trans woman either. This is your job, this is your hustle. Dylan, you've been desperate for attention for years. It never really worked until you made fun of women and claimed to be one yourself.
So you're morally grandstanding because she made a joke about women one time, basically, by playing into, like, obviously dumb stereotypes as a fucking joke in a TikTok that was clearly not meant to be taken seriously. Like, oh my god, this dude right here, I would not want to have him around at a party. He would just suck the fun out of everything. He's just the most boring individual.
Faking being a trans woman has made you into a millionaire, and most people don't buy it. They don't buy it at all. So, congratulations on legally being a female, but we will still call you a he, him.
Who's we? It seems like you and other weird people on your niche side of the internet, along with people that you would agree are transphobes, but wouldn't want to associate with them, would you? Or would you? I don't know.
And a man, just so you know. As it is right now, it's unfortunately way too easy to get a legal sex change.
Why should it be more difficult? What harm is caused by it being quote-unquote too easy, and what benefit would there be to it being more difficult?
Years ago, I had a neighbor who's a woman and has a child. Today, she identifies as non-binary, and she got a legal sex change. She's
okay, and why do I give a shit?
Legally a man.
And?
Even though she identifies as something in between genders. She's...
Okay, so then they would be... I assume that they would be trans-masked non-binary? So there's a good chance that if they have to choose what they want to be recognized as in society, they'd have a preference for being perceived as a man, but that they don't necessarily fit that category either. I mean, that's sort of the whole idea behind a trans masc non-binary.
She's just a woman, she looks and sounds like a woman, and before you think, is that a big deal? Her kid, her son, apparently identifies as a trans girl. When I found out, he was 8 years old. 8 years old.
Okay, and what does that consist of? Like, I assume that this would be their trans daughter then, because obviously he's gonna misgender whoever it is. In which case, what is that gonna consist of? If they're 8, if she's 8, she probably hasn't hit puberty yet. So, oh no, she's gonna wear girl clothes and grow out her hair. Oh god, the horror. And then what? Go on puberty blockers later if she shows persistent gender dysphoria for at least 6 months, along with a whole myriad of a fuck ton of other criteria that you have to meet before even being allowed to get puberty blockers, which the kid, the doctor, and the parent would also have to all consent to unanimously. Like, it's like, and also keep in mind that puberty blockers are also reversible, so it's like, what would be the harm? Worst case scenario is what exactly? They think they're trans and then they're not, and then they just live a normal life afterwards? But that being said, they'd have to have gender dysphoria in order to get that medical treatment, right? So, yeah, I don't know. Unless you want their dysphoria to get worse, of course. I mean, if you agree that dysphoria exists and that it's a huge issue for trans people, this would apply to kids as well, right? And you would want to do everything in your power to minimize the dysphoria. Like, here's the thing, right? First 18 years of my life, I'm never getting those back. Now, part of it is my fault. I never even considered transition as a possibility for me because obviously being trans is not like the easy route to take. I did not want to be trans. I did everything in my power to pretend like I wasn't, to avoid it as much as possible. And yeah, it worked really well. So at the end of the day, I mean, I don't know how I would have turned out if I was allowed to grow up being a girl, but I'll tell you one thing. I'd have at least some semblance of a childhood, right? It's like I had to play it like almost like a character 24/7. Like I was never really me because I knew that I couldn't be me. So, but then I in my mind it was like, oh, that's just life. That's just how you are. That has nothing to do with like gender or anything like that. Well, oh well. I didn't know about it when I was young. See, that's the thing is, I didn't know about it until, I want to say, well, I first heard about trans people, like, as in, like, it was, like, briefly mentioned, like, I don't know, I would have been, like, 9 or something. I don't fucking know. It would have been briefly mentioned. And I remember hearing it for the first time. I'm like, whoa, that's so cool. And in my mind, I was like, could that be me? And then I'm like, oh, that would be really expensive to get like a surgery. And like, there's no way that anyone would ever let me do that. Because like, I was a child, right? So I'm thinking, okay, well, would my parents let me do that? No. And like, I didn't understand what HRT was. I didn't understand what it meant to be trans, etc. But I remember discovering people like Blair White and Calvin Garrett, the trans medicalist types, when I want to say I was like 13 or 14. I started watching their content, and I thought that, well, I mean, they didn't describe my experience. I mean, they knew they were trans right away. And I thought based on what they describe, and based on their trans medicalist worldview, that I wasn't trans. I convinced myself that I didn't have dysphoria, that I wasn't trans. And that made the problem worse. And I don't know. I just wish that people actually explained that, yeah, you can become a girl if you want. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. You don't have to be a guy if you don't want. Like, if I had been taught that early on, I can't say my life would have been easier, or not, well, it would have been, well, I can't say it would have been easy, but it would have been easier. It would have been easier, a lot easier. I still would have had issues, because fucking autism makes growing up fucking horrible, but oh well. What can I say? That combined with being born in the wrong fucking body. Holy shit. Wow, I wonder why my childhood is non-existent. Who knows?
His mom identifies as non-binary but is a legal male, and the mom's boyfriend at the time, his ex-stepdad, I guess,
I would guess that it's because you can't legally change it to non-binary. So because they have to pick one, they chose the one that they dislike less, I would assume.
Identifies as non-binary too. It's of course disturbing, and I don't think that it's fair that she got the opportunity to change her legal sex, even though she's not trans. She's not
How do you know that they're not trans? Are they not trans because you say so?
Trans, she's not gender dysphoric, she's a biological woman.
First of all, how do you know that they're not gender dysphoric? Do you have any evidence to suggest that they're not gender dysphoric? As for the biological woman thing, would that not... I mean, I don't know, maybe it doesn't apply to you as much anymore because you've medically transitioned, which changed your sex characteristics, which is what sex is comprised of. So you're, I guess, somewhere in between, more on the male sex characteristic side of things, at least externally. But I don't think that, again, whether or not you're a real man or a real woman or whatever the fuck, is not contingent upon whether or not you've medically transitioned.
Looking like such. So I think it's disrespectful, not only to transsexuals like myself, but...
No, I think that what you do is disrespectful to people that have either just started transitioning, like me, or people that haven't started but are going to, or people that are just non-binary. Like, watching videos like these just makes me feel like shit. Like, now I remember why I really wanted to convince myself that I wasn't trans. It's like, oh, yeah, I don't want to be like, I don't know, it's just, I don't know, maybe this is making me dysphoric. The whole, like, oh, this is what you are biologically. So this is here's the thing, right? Is like, I mean, logically, I know that whether or not it's coming from a trans person is irrelevant, and that the validity of opinion is not contingent upon who is delivering said opinion. Rather, it's contingent upon the actual logic and reasoning of said opinion. Okay, I'm fully aware of that. But in terms of how I feel right now, it's like, oh, it's like, oh, I'm hearing like another trans person basically shit-talking another trans girl, misgendering her, basically saying, oh yeah, she doesn't pass at all, and shit like that, and oh, you can't really see that much of a change, when, like, the person you're insulting passes better than me. Like, even if your goal is to prioritize dysphoric trans people, you realize that there are dysphoric trans people that exist that haven't been medically transitioning for 10 years, right? I don't know how long he's been medically transitioning. You get the point. Like, I started HRT 6 months ago. So, what? So, like, right now, I'm, like, in this, like, weird, in between being, like, a femboy / trans girl thing. It's fucking weird, okay? I don't know, but at this point, I'm a trans girl because, like, as soon as I, like, said it out loud, I'm like, why does it feel so fucking good to just say that I'm a girl? And it's like, okay, I can't go back. Like, it was like a weight off my shoulders. It was like, I don't know. It was like something had always been wrong, but I had been suppressing it, and it's like, oh, finally it's a little bit, it's alleviated, right? It's literally alleviating gender dysphoria. But yeah, it's like, oh, I don't know. Sorry. I don't know. I mean, I'm still in my fucking whatever. Let's continue. We've paused for like I don't know, like 5 hours for the 7 billionth time.
To the system. She's messing with the system.
Messing with the system in a way that causes what harm? Like, you have to, like, my standard of whether or not something is good or bad is going to be contingent upon whether or not there's positive or negative outcomes, such as actual objective and measurable harm, which you have been unable to point to any of throughout the entirety of the video.
I don't think that it should be allowed for fake trans people or trolls, well, same thing, to mess with the system like this and get a legal sex change. I think
mess with this, like, what does this mean? Like mess with the system, like, as like the system's gonna care? Oh no, it's gonna cause harm to the system? What's the harm? Elaborate.
It should only be allowed for real transsexual people who are diagnosed with gender dysphoria, who actually make the effort to look like the opposite sex. Because let's just imagine that I didn't get a legal sex change. First of all,
okay, so make an effort to look like the opposite sex. First of all, if you're in your baby trans phase, good fucking luck with that. Like, I like, a lot of the time, here's the thing, and this is because of dysphoria. When you're in your baby trans phase, a lot of, like, let's say you're a trans girl. I can't speak for trans guys because I'm not a guy, but if you're a trans girl, a lot of clothes that cis women would wear, even if they make you pass a little bit better, will make you extremely dysphoric, because what it does is it emphasizes the fact that you don't have certain feminine attributes, and it emphasizes all of your masculine characteristics, right? Whereas if I wear quote-unquote femboy clothing, right, rather than the worst case scenario being, oh, I'm just like a weird guy wearing women's clothing, it's like, oh, there's like a whole like subculture around it. So it's like I do, like, worst case scenario, I fit an aesthetic that I like. Best case scenario, I don't know, I pass as like a hot girl, right? But I mean, worst case scenario is going to be more likely for me, right? But yeah, it's like, because, like, here's the thing, right? Is like, the fact that I have like a barrel shaped body that I'm not it's, yeah, would make me dysphoric wearing, I guess, what I'd consider femboy clothes. But the fact that, like, there are femboys who have, like, similar shaped bodies, who look really feminine and cute as fuck wearing the same clothes, and they have, like, the same things that would otherwise make me, it doesn't alleviate dysphoria, but it makes it makes it not as bad. it makes me feel a little bit better, if that makes sense. Some clothes fit better than others depending on your body type. Yeah, that's also true. Like, I don't know. Oh, I'm kind of curvy. Yeah, I'm not. I'm like a stick. I will say my thighs are getting a little bit thicker. My ass is getting thicker, and obviously my chest is getting a little bit bigger. But it's all a work in progress. But I guarantee you that somebody like this fucking loser on screen would say that I'm just not trying hard enough to pass. When in reality, it's just like, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, and I just want to experiment with stuff without feeling like everybody hates me or like I'm being judged by everybody. And it's like, yeah, okay, maybe like some of the things I say or do or whatever as a result of being trans are like kind of cringe, because like, yeah, I don't know what I'm doing, but it's like it's fine though. Like, it's not that big of a deal. I mean, I don't know.
First of all, you cannot, in Denmark where I'm from, change your legal name to the opposite sex. You have to change your legal sex first. So you can't be a legal female with the name Marcus. I look and sound like this. Imagine this going to the airport, wanting to travel with a passport that says a female name and a huge F. The employees would be super confused and may think that I don't have the right passport on me. In other
So what is Dylan Mulvaney trying to pass as? A man or a woman? She's obviously trying to pass as a woman, and frankly, she passes better as a woman than a man. Like, especially like in like a visual sense. Like, I don't see her and think, oh yeah, that's a man. Whatever.
In other words, it looks quite suspicious. The employees do not have the time to listen to my life story. Let's say someone working for the government, working for the system, whatever, is calling me. They expect a female, a woman, same thing. They expect this female name.
Okay, so hold on. If it's based on practicality, then wouldn't this also apply to Dylan Mulvaney? In which case, whether or not she has dysphoria, which you don't even know if she does or not, because it's none of your fucking business, how would that be relevant? They don't have time to analyze her life story, like you said. But oh wait, you're not actually trying to be consistent here, are you? You're just saying words.
To answer, and I'm like, hi, it's Marcus. They would be confused. But back to real life, I'm legally a male, and I know that sounds weird because I constantly clarify on my channel that I will never be a real man. I'm not one, and I'll...
Okay, so he's literally just self-hating. Well, I feel bad for him. Holy shit. That's... Oh, man, that's some dysphoria-inducing shit, I'm sure. If he means that he'll never be, like, a full biological male, okay, if that's what he means, then yeah, I agree. But in terms of, like, a man and, like, in terms of, like, the way he's socially categorized, like, yeah, he really is a man. In terms of how he's socially categorized, he is a real man in that sense. I mean, what it means to be a real man is going to be context dependent too, right? So, like, doing something big and brave and bold and strong and masculine might be considered something that, quote, makes you a real man, right? But you don't become a trans girl if you don't do that, or whatever the fuck, right? That's, again, a lot of it is going to be context dependent, right? There's not like a hard definition. It's sort of like when we're talking about something socially constructed, it's gonna vary a little bit. But, I mean, what must you... Like, again, I don't know. I mean, I think that one of the issues is that we use the same words to mean different things. I think that when he says man, he means biological male. Or at least when he says real man. But I think that he should just say that he'll never be a biological male. Because that's true. But that he can still be a real man. You don't have to be a biological male to be a part of a social category of people. Right?
Always be a biological woman. The reason why I got a legal sex change is because it makes sense. Mostly it makes sense with the name thing. But as I said, I cannot change my name without changing my legal sex, so I'm like, okay, that's what I'm gonna do. The only huge problem there is when it comes to going to the doctor. Due to my hysterectomy getting my ovaries and uterus removed, and due to me being a woman on testosterone, I do get bladder infections more often than others. And when going to the doctors, they're like, this is serious. You've had, let's say, 2 bladder infections within a year. We need to get that checked out because men are not supposed to get reoccurring bladder infections.
Okay, well then you would specify that you're a trans man, in which case that would be a useful categorical distinction. Like in the context of like in like a medical context, like at a doctor's appointment, like yeah, okay, sure. Then that's gonna matter for the sake of medical reasons. But like in a purely social context, like unless someone's trying to fuck you, when is it going to be relevant? Like how often are people looking underneath your pants? Come on.
And I'm like, I'm a biological woman. The fact that doctors won't automatically...
Why don't you just say, oh, I'm a trans man? What? Because you're also not even a biological female anymore, because you would be somewhere in between. You'd be like some... Again, if you're transsexual, you are, in a weird way, inducing like an intersex condition in a way that's obviously gender affirming, right? That's sort of the whole point, is that you change your sex characteristics, which does change your sex to an extent, right? It doesn't completely change it. It doesn't make you a biological male by the end, or a biological female if you're going the other way. But again, it's not this, again, it goes into the, like, again, it goes into the idea of, like, whatever, sex being, like, this weird binary, which it's not. It's a bimodal distribution. Again, if you're transsexual, you're going to end up somewhere closer to the middle of that distribution, right? You're going to end up being an outlier, which is okay. There's nothing wrong with being an outlier. Technically, their chromosomes are still the same regardless. If chromosomes are the single defining characteristic, then what about biological females that are born with XY chromosomes, but they're still biologically female that are born with vaginas because they have androgen insensitivity? Would they be men, in your opinion? Like, or sorry, would they be biological males, in your opinion? I don't like they're born with a vagina. They naturally produce estrogen, etc. They simply have XY chromosomes, but they are androgen insensitive. So that's what caused them to develop as biological females. See, it's not as simple as you intuitively think. Yeah, anyways, let's finish the video. This is depressing.
Know that I'm a biological woman can be a serious thing if I am, God forbid, in a situation where I'm not able to tell them myself.
You can just say you're trans, like, oh yeah, I'm trans. Like, I was, you can say I was, whatever, but trans man. But trans men are like a subcategory of men, and then they can be like, oh, you're a trans man. Well, that makes sense then that you would have this medical problem that cis men don't have, usually, right? So, what's the issue?
If I'm not conscious, let's say. If I'm extremely sick, I need to be treated as a biological woman most of the time. So what?
I mean, maybe? I don't know. See, that's something that, like, I've always, like, or not always, but, like, that's something, like, I'm not sure about, right? Like, now that I'm on estrogen, like, I don't know, like, is it better if I take the man multivitamin or the woman multivitamin? It probably makes basically no fucking difference. But if it does make a difference, it's like, well, okay, but like if your body has estrogen, it's probably gonna process things differently. I don't fucking, maybe it doesn't. I don't fucking know. I'm not a fucking scientist, okay? I'm retarded.
What do I think the solution should be? I don't know. There would be problems if transsexuals, the real ones, who pass, don't get the opportunity to change their legal sex and name, but there are also problems with them being legally treated as the opposite sex and not as trans people.
You can just say that you're trans when it's relevant. You know you can do that, right? Okay. Like, for instance, and there's going to be some instances in which it's going to be useful to know what you do currently identify as, and the fact that, yeah, you're on hormones, right? So, for instance, if you're a trans girl who's on HRT, you're going to be way more likely to get breast cancer because you have breasts, right? Still less likely than the average cis woman, I believe. But that's because I think trans women have smaller breasts on average, if I'm not mistaken. But that's something that would also be... So, like, again, it's not this, like, weird black and white... someone from Kick Chat says... Oh, okay, yeah. Depends on who you ask. No way. Professional, I know this is no way a binary topic. Here to learn and get other people's view. Some please don't take this the wrong way. But someone who has a fresh pairs of eyes, it seems both sides of the arguments have gotten confused on both sides. Even the people fighting for trans rights are getting confused on facts/pronouns. I don't really think I'm confused. I think other people can be confused or wrong about stuff. But I think I'm pretty clear about my position, and I think I have a fairly good understanding of other people's positions. Oh, you're not saying me? Okay. It's a medical factor if you transitioned. I don't understand what this guy's problem is. Yeah, like, you can't just pretend like, oh yeah, I'm exactly the same as, like, the average biological female in, like, a medical sense. You're not. You're literally fucking not. I don't know.
I think it's okay for real transsexuals to change their sex and name.
Okay, how do you categorically distinguish between a real transsexual and a fake transsexual? If the standard is gender dysphoria, how do you know if somebody has gender dysphoria? Other than they tell you that they do or that they don't. In which case, what's the fucking point? That's just a... I mean, that just boils down to self-ID. Or is it based off of whether or not you pass? In which case, there are plenty of dysphoric trans people that don't pass, and that's part of what makes them dysphoric. But, whatever. Like, take me, for example.
Passports, because it would create even more confusion if they're not allowed to. But I do wish we could do something about my medical papers. If it's possible to write at the top, this is a trans man. Maybe it's just me, but is that really hard to do? Shouldn't that be quite easy? And most importantly,
sure,
I think that you should be diagnosed with gender dysphoria before getting a legal sex change. I don't
Why does it matter?
want all these fake trans people, including Dylan Mulvaney, to ruin this for real trans people, because in the end, if anyone can get a legal sex change, it means nothing anymore. And
okay, well, let's say that that's the case. Okay, now it means nothing. Now what?
That will, of course, negatively affect real trans people who are
How will it negatively affect us?
very dysphoric about their legal papers.
Actually, that's one of the things I'm the least dysphoric about. Like, whatever... I don't know, maybe it's because I'm autistic and I am also somebody that's like, fuck the legal system, am I right? I don't know. What makes me dysphoric is looking too masculine / manly, and Yeah, that's like the number one thing. Being socially categorized that way. I guess not even in terms of the categorization itself, but the way you get treated. I don't know. I fucking ugh. I don't know, I fucking despise it. Blech. Blech. I don't know.
Thank you all for
Okay, I think that's like the end of the video. Oh well. Wow, what a shit video. I'm gonna leave dislike. Oh, that was pretty bad. That video sucks. Anyways. Wow, I mean, the first video we watched, it's like, okay. Like, it seems like he's at least trying to have, like, a nuanced discussion. That video, though, not so much. I guess this might be the... Yeah. I think that the last video we're gonna be watching... Maybe... Either the last or the second to last.
You just misgendered me again.
So... The next video we're going to be watching is called I Don't Care. Delta worker misgenders trans passenger. So, I wonder who he's going to side with. Truly the greatest mystery of all time. Anyways, let's get started.
You just misgendered me again, multiple times.
And if you want to continue, I have Port Authority escort you out the building right this moment if you want to play that game with me.
What does it mean to get misgendered? Well, if you ask me, a transsexual, I don't think it's a real thing. If someone calls me she...
You don't think it's a real thing?
Is that misgendering because I look and sound like this? If someone calls me he, is that misgendering because I'm not a biological male? No matter...
Well, it would be based on what you identify as, not what you look like. Right? It could be the case that, like, you look at somebody down the street and you're like, oh yeah, that's like a dude, and... maybe you're wrong and you accidentally misgender them in terms of the way you categorize them, right? But that's not like that's not you doing something wrong necessarily. That's just sort of like an innate bias you may have, right? That's fine. But when misgendering becomes a problem is when you do it deliberately. When you go out of your way to be disrespectful to somebody, you go out of your way to treat somebody like shit for being trans, for simply identifying a certain way. That's when it becomes an issue, right? It's fine to intuitively categorize people in your head. We all do it. I do it, even though I mean, yeah, it's like whatever. I'd like it if I was a little bit more logical with the way I perceive the world, but in like in an intuitive sense, I guess. But sometimes I'm too logical. Who knows?
No matter what, misgendering is a stupid term, and the videos I have for you today prove it. Trans activists are calling for a boycott of Delta Airlines after a transgender actor complained about being misgendered by 2 Delta employees at LaGuardia Airport. And here's the video the actor recorded.
What about when a Delta employee misgenders you intentionally?
While he's talking, you're talking.
You just misgendered me again.
Okay.
Multiple times.
Gotcha.
Both of you have.
So what does this person identify as?
Intentional, but if you want to take it personal, that's also.
Well, she did do it intentionally twice.
You're talking to me too.
You said she and then you said he.
You're being condescending, and if you want to continue, I have Port Authority escort you out the building right this moment if you want to play.
So is that a trans guy? Okay. I mean, if it was by accident, then I think that, like, okay, I guess the trans person, I mean, maybe, like, be understanding of, like, okay, people are gonna mess up, but as long as they, but I don't know, I can't tell if this guy was doing it passive-aggressively. I don't have the context of what happened before this, and it seems like there was some sort of a back and forth before this, before it was recorded. So I don't know.
Play that game with me. Okay. Would you like to continue 3 days before Christmas? I really don't mind.
I'm good. I'll just put this on.
I'm not religious, but God bless this man. What the Delta employee doesn't quite understand is, it doesn't matter that it's Christmas, these people don't have any lives. Trans activists are going to be narcissistic.
Okay, what does this person identify as? I don't fucking... I genuinely have no
when
idea.
It's Christmas and when it's not Christmas. Blair White was spot on when she tweeted this. The pronoun police are simply narcissistic power trippers who have never possessed a drop of power in their lives.
Okay, who was the person that was being misgendered? I'm so fucking confused. So wait, do they identify with he or she pronouns? Because, wait, let's go back. Okay, let's go back and watch the video again. Okay? Alright.
Employees at LaGuardia Airport.
Okay. Are calling for a boycott.
And here's the video the actor recorded.
What about when adults
Okay.
employee misgenders you intentionally?
While he's talking, you're talking.
You just misgendered me again.
So, so did he, so wait, did the guy correct himself or did he incorrect himself? Wait. I just want to make sure.
Adults employee misgenders you intentionally.
While he's talking, you're talking.
You just
Okay, so...
misgendered me again.
Okay.
Multiple times.
Gotcha.
Both of you have.
Wasn't intentional, but if you want to take it personal, that's also.
Well, she did do it intentionally twice.
You're talking to me too.
You said she and then you said he.
You're being condescending, and if you want to continue, I have full authority to escort you out the building right this moment if you want to play that game with me.
Okay.
Would you like to continue 3 days before Christmas? I really don't mind.
I'm good. I'll just put this on.
I'm not religious, but...
Okay. So... they identify as she? Okay, so wait. Okay, so if it's a she, then this dude right here incorrected himself. So he got the pronouns right the first time, and then he made it incorrect? Also, the pic in the video is an intentionally bad one? Oh, shit. Yeah, I don't know who this actress is.
While he's talking, you're talking.
You just misgendered me again.
Okay.
Wait, hold on. Wait.
And here's the video the actor recorded.
What about when adults employee misgenders you intentionally?
While he's talking, you're talking.
So he got the gender right the first time, and he went out of his way to get it wrong. He incorrected himself. And he's like, no, I didn't misgender anybody. I didn't misgender you. The fuck you talking about?
You just misgendered me again.
Okay.
Multiple times.
Gotcha.
Both of you have.
It's not just that he misgendered her. He went out of his way. He got the gender right the first time, and then he incorrected himself.
Wasn't intentional, but if you want to take it personal, that's also.
Well, she did.
It's Tommy Dorfman. Wait, who? The actress?
Do it intentionally twice.
You're talking to me too.
You said she and then you said he.
You're being condescending, and if you want to continue, I have full authority to escort you out the building right this moment if you want to play that game with me.
Okay.
Would you like to continue 3 days before Christmas? I really don't mind.
I'm good. I'll just put this on.
I'm not religious, but God bless this man. What the Delta employee doesn't quite understand is, it doesn't matter that it's Christmas, these people don't have any lives. Trans activists are going to be narcissistic assholes when it's Christmas and when it's not Christmas.
Narcissistic as in not wanting people to deliberately go out of their way to misgender them? Like, okay, it'd be one thing if the dude just made a mistake and then corrected himself, but it was the opposite. He got it right the first time, and he incorrected himself to make sure that he got the wrong gender that she doesn't identify with. That was why it was a problem.
Blair White was spot on when she tweeted this. The pronoun police are simply narcissistic power trippers who have never possessed a drop of power in their lives before finally discovering a socially acceptable way to abuse others through language. They call it trans, but that's just the scapegoat that happened to work. Exactly. I truly hope that this Delta employee doesn't get fired. I hope that he keeps his job.
You're being condescending, and if you want to continue, I have full authority to escort you out the building right this moment if you want to play that game with me.
It's giving alpha male vibes. and I'm here for it.
No, it's not. It's giving cuck beta male vibes. How much you want to bet that the Delta airline employee got cucked harder than Turkey Tom? I bet he did. I bet the cucking happened with him, but even worse.
It's kind of hot, I'm not gonna lie. The fact that this actor,
okay, bottom,
this man recorded the video, recorded him getting misgendered, says it all. If we just pretend that misgendering is a real term and it makes sense in real life, I have never as a transsexual...
Wait, yes, it does make sense. It refers to when somebody refers to somebody with the wrong pronouns that they don't prefer, as opposed to the correct pronouns which they do prefer. Like what? This is honestly making me angry. I don't blame you. Lol, imagine citing Blair White as a serious source. Yeah, the fucking, yeah, exactly. Like, imagine unironically citing fucking transgender Michael Jackson, who is known for lying about her fucking political compass test and faking the results, but somehow she's a reliable source of information. Okay. Yeah. Glad we have oh my, you know what, let's just continue. I'm sorry. He wants to fit in with the conservatives so bad. Yeah, and I don't think he ever will. I don't think he can. Like, it's so obvious. Like, there's some, but I mean, his whole shtick is like, oh, look at how like edgy and offensive I am, and I'm not like the other trannies. I'm one of the good ones, I swear. I'm just like you guys. I'm like all of you other conservatives, and it's like, and then they all look at him and they're like, you're a fucking degenerate. You mutilated your body. Go find God. And it's like, oh, okay. So basically they see you as subhuman, and then, but you want to fucking suck them off, basically, and you're willing to fuck over the people that actually see you as a person in the process.
Recorded someone calling me she, which I think, according to trans activists, is misgendering. Do you know why that is? When people called me she when I did not pass as a dude, I was too busy feeling dysphoric. I was too busy feeling a very negative emotion that I couldn't control. If I could control how I felt when people called me she, and if I was an asshole, maybe I would have filmed it. Unlike this actor in the video, real trans...
So, wait, hold on. Wait, actually, I'm gonna let him finish before I comment.
If I was an asshole, maybe I would have filmed it. Unlike this actor in the video, real transsexuals deal with gender dysphoria, which is a mental disorder. When dealing with a mental disorder, you cannot control how you feel. But being a trans activist is a choice.
Okay, so first of all, right off the bat, whether or not you have gender dysphoria doesn't dictate whether or not you're transsexual, right? Being transsexual literally just refers to the medical process of transitioning. So it could be the case that you're not transsexual, or you're not transsexual yet, but that you have gender dysphoria, right? So you have gender dysphoria, you're not transsexual, maybe you're transgender. But again, being transsexual literally just denotes the process of medically transitioning. Being transgender refers to the identity / social categorization aspect to it, right? So it's being transgender literally just means identifying with a gender that you were not assigned at birth. That's literally all it means, because that it's the social categorization aspect. So all it is it's a distinction between sex and gender, and whether or not you have dysphoria is not what dictates whether or not you have the necessary medical care that people with gender dysphoria should all be getting if they want it, right? Willing to bet they use he, him pronouns. Oh, yeah.
I think what you saw in the video is actually harassment. And no, it's not the evil Delta employees who are harassing a poor trans person, because no one in that video is trans. The act.
Yes, she is. But okay. Let me guess. I'm not trans either because I haven't been, because I don't pass or whatever. I wish I passed. I'm working on it. See, it just makes me fucking anxious to think about. It's like, oh, I'm not valid unless I basically pass perfectly, which I don't even know if I'll ever be able to do. And it's like, it just is so discouraging because it's like, it feels like something I can never accomplish. It feels like I'm never gonna look the way I want or pass as well as I want, right? That's part of being trans, though, is sometimes you don't pass. And yeah, it was like, but like, what can I do? Time, like, that's the thing that pisses me off, is like, at one point, he was on his 6th month of HRT, approaching 7th. Right? And he was probably just as insecure as I am, and probably also didn't pass much better than me, though I guess maybe he did. I don't know. Testosterone does do stuff a little bit faster than estrogen. Don't let them make you doubt yourself. Yeah, I know. It's just like, oh my god, this is, the thing is like, this just reminds me of the type of content I used to watch growing up, and it's like, it's just holy shit. Getting older taught me it doesn't matter what you look like, there is always someone who won't validate you. That's when it's important you are happier with yourself so you can flip off the haters. Yeah, I agree. It's like, I don't know. I just think that maybe I'm not like the best person to like cover this because I'm like still like a whatever. I'm in my baby trans phase, so whatever. You're making great progress. I was legitimately amazed by your transition already, Femyoz. Oh, well, thank you. See, and shit like that makes me want to do it more. It's like, oh, okay, so like, I don't look like a disgusting freak. I look like a human being, and like that's good, you know. I don't know. It's not easy, but we getting stronger. Yeah. I don't know. I just think that content like what we're going over right now is really harmful to people that haven't been trans for very long. Or, well, I mean, I've always been trans, but it's not really something you can control. But I guess aware of the fact that they're trans or out as trans or whatever, it's just depressing to watch. It just reminds me of one of many reasons I suppressed it. And it's like bringing me back to like me watching Blair White videos. I was just like, I specifically remember I'm laying in my bed watching some Blair White, watching some Calvin Guerra, and just being like, oh yeah, I'm not trans. That would be bad if I was. Being trans sounds really bad, and whatever I'm experiencing now would be nothing compared to the dysphoria I would experience if I were to transition, because I'm not trans, which means that if I did transition, it would give me gender dysphoria. The fucking mental gymnastics were fucking insane. Like, I genuinely thought that, oh, it would actually give me gender dysphoria if I were to transition. Fun fact, it's the opposite. It got rid of the genders. But I was like, oh no, what I have totally isn't gender dysphoria. It's just different. It's just like, I think it's just because I'm autistic. But no.
After the fake trans person is harassing.
Fake trans person, of course. It is harmful, yeah. It spreads a wrong message, like getting mad at being purposely misgender gets demonized as being a crazy person rather than a human being who is disrespected. Yeah, literally. Literally. Like, it's like the it's not like an accidental misgender where it's like, oh, you just didn't know and you accidentally misgendered me. You know, you thought I was a gay dude when I was actually a trans girl the whole time. fair enough, right? Like, hell, it's like there's some people where it's like you need to give them like 5 trillion reminders before they get it right, okay? It's not because they're malicious. It's just, you know, they're just not, they've just seen you a certain way for so long, and, you know, like, I mean, hell, my parents are supportive, but they struggle with it, right? And it's like, okay, it's not ideal, but it's like, okay, but they make a genuine effort, and that's all that really matters. Whereas, not only did this guy working at Delta Airlines not make a genuine effort, he made a genuine effort to misgender a trans person. Like, he specifically went out of his way to misgender her. Like, okay. So that would be like the opposite of what my parents do, where it's like, okay, well, my parents are supportive, you know, they get it wrong and then they correct themselves and then they get it right. It's the reverse of that. So but they could just leave and not give them all energy. I mean, I guess. I don't know. I mean, I think that the trans person was in the right. Like, the dude clearly misgendered her on purpose. Because he gendered her correctly and then incorrected himself. Well, when you gotta catch a plane, it's a bit harder to do. Yeah, keep in mind, you're gonna be fucking stressed as shit. You probably didn't get much sleep, etc. And angry can be interpreted as masculine, which adds fuel to the fire. Yeah, which is fucking stupid. It's like, yeah, because women never get angry. No, we don't do that. Oh, wait, right, I'm not a real woman. That's why I get angry sometimes. It's all fucking bullshit. It's dumb. None of it is logical. None of it is grounded in reality. It's just a bunch of meaningless nonsense at the end of the day. You know what? I mean, maybe that's whatever. Let's finish the video.
The Delta employees, and I am happy to see that they're not here for it. They do not accept his horrible behavior. I do want to say something.
So, yeah, so what horrible behavior did she have? I'm confused.
Do not apologize. I know that can be hard if you're actually in the situation in real life, and you.
Yeah, if you're deliberately antagonizing a trans person and going out of your way to misgender them, you're not just misgendering them, you're actively putting in effort to make sure you misgender them. And if you accidentally gender them correctly, make sure to incorrect yourself. Then yeah, you probably should apologize. To be fair, Delta doesn't have a good track record in general, so sadly I'm not surprised. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really travel that much. I don't touch grass, I'm sorry.
You haven't really registered the other person as narcissistic and an asshole, but.
Oh yeah, yes, they should be diagnosed as narcissistic because they were upset over somebody purposefully disrespecting them. Wow, such a narcissistic thing to not want to be disrespected for no fucking reason.
When you hear someone saying, "You're misgendering me," there's a 99.9% chance of you not doing anything wrong. As in, at all. If a man with long hair is
I don't know, I mean, I'm tempted to start misgendering this motherfucker. Because, I don't know, like, clearly, you know what, fuck it. You know, like, here's the thing. I don't think a real man would ever, I don't know, be so insecure and petty as to, go out of their way to misgender innocent trans people that they know nothing about. Like, I don't know. They're just giving me beta cuck vibes. I don't know. It's really, the fucking little beard hairs aren't helping either. It's like, oh, That's like the kind of facial hair I would expect to see on a 14-year-old who is trying really hard to look older than they actually are and convincing absolutely fucking nobody.
Recording you saying that you misgendered him, there's a 100% chance of you not doing anything wrong. I don't mean to be condescending here, but I hope that you all know this. I said hope, not expect. I understand if so many people believe that what they see in the media about transgenderism represents real transsexual people. If you regular people out there are only exposed to trans activists who claim that
the toxic masculinity super sponge, the prototype. No, this isn't even toxic masculinity. It's just catty bitchiness. This doesn't come across as masculine. That's the thing. It just comes across as, like, really weak and insecure. Like, I don't know. Like, they're trying to compensate for something.
that they know what it's like to be trans. I understand if you to some degree believe them, but please don't. Please don't. Let me put it this way. The man recording the video is trans
woman.
It's the way that Rachel Dolezal is black, or people doing blackface are black. Trans activists
What?
and transsexual people.
This equivalency makes no sense. This would be like saying, oh, so like the fake trans people are just like cross-dressers, whereas like the real trans people are medically transitioning. So the fake black people would be the white people that wear blackface, whereas the real black people are the white people that inject melanin into their skin. Do you see why this is a fucking stupid comparison? Like, this is just dumb as shit. Like, it's a false equivalency, clearly. Because obviously, you can't medically transition to being black. You can medically transition to being a transsexual female or transsexual male, depending on your starting point. So, yeah, no. This is... They're just fucking delusional. Also, is it just me, or are their beard hairs really uneven? It feels like they're sticking out a lot more on this side, and it's just like, oh, there's like, it's like barely any over here. Maybe it's the lighting. I don't know. It looks really bad. It's weird. I don't know. He's just weird looking.
Are fundamentally different. The first thing is, transsexuals deal with gender dysphoria. Trans activists
I think it might be I don't know. It just looks,
don't, 99% of the time. They deal with a lot of other stuff, but it's not gender dysphoria. Transsexuals want to live their lives as if they were regular men or women, and they want to be as invisible as possible.
Sometimes. For safety, yes. But the goal isn't even to be invisible. Like, it's not, I don't want it, like, it's not gonna be, like, I don't want it to be, like, a secret that I'm trans. It's, oh, big reveal, like, oh, everyone thinks I'm a cis, okay, it's like, okay, it's satisfying when people think I'm a cis girl when they don't know me, but, like, so I get that aspect, but it's, like, people that know me can know, you know what I mean? I mean, everybody probably can tell right now, but, like, I mean, like, when I'm, you know what I mean, right? Like I'm talking hypothetically, I guess. I don't know. Fuck. I don't want to come across as, like, unself-aware. It's like, oh, it's like, okay, yeah. Like, and then people are like, but, like, you know that we can all tell, right? And it's like, yes, I know, like, right now, yes, you can. Like, in the future... Maybe not. Who's that on the wall? That is the beautiful bald man, known as Bald Martin.
I think you all know what I'm about to say. Trans activists want to change societal norms, want you to obey them and follow their rules that keep...
And why is changing societal norms as a fundamental concept inherently bad? And what societal norms are being changed that you have a problem with being changed? Because changing societal norms... I mean, hell, there was a societal norm that it was okay to, call black people the N-word. But there were activists that changed that. Now, I'm not saying that like, you know, well, I mean, there are people that will go around calling queer people slurs, but the fact of the matter is whether or not something is a current societal expectation is not what dictates whether or not that's the way it ought to be, right? You can make a descriptive claim saying this is the way society currently operates. That's not a prescriptive claim about the way it ought to operate. And oftentimes, if you're making a prescriptive claim about the way it ought to operate, there's going to be a disconnect between that and the way it currently does. And that's the whole point of activism, is getting it from point A, the way it currently does operate, to point B, the way it ought to operate in a more prescriptive sense, right? I think we should be able to call black people the N-word. Oh my god. We need to lose the idea of perfection and not being able to be confident in decision until it's waterproof and explainable. That's just unhealthy for the mind. Yes. Femyoz, you've made a lot of progress in the last 6 months. Oh, thank you. Just focus on yourself, disregard the haters. Yeah. See, normally I can. It's like some of this shit just like hits so fucking close to home. It's like, don't get me wrong, this dude reeks of insecurity, but it's like, problem is, kind of hard to make fun of him when I have like some of the same insecurities, because I'm also trans, so it makes sense. I think that he projects his insecurities as a trans person onto other trans people so that he can feel certain that those insecurities apply to other trans people but not him because he's different. I'm guessing that's what's going on here.
Changing, and they want as much attention as possible. Oh, and before I forget, not all transsexuals think the same, but all trans activists do. Trans activists have no idea.
No. No, we don't. I think the same how. There are plenty of things I'll disagree with other trans activists on, because we're actually not a monolith. But okay. Alright. Sure. Unless I guess we all agree that, that trans people are valid and should have rights. But, I mean, that's like the main thing in common. But like, hell, not all trans activists can even agree on the fucking trans sports discourse. Like, it's, yeah, I don't know. It's personally something I don't care about, but
idea what it's like to get misgendered, but I think this woman does.
So I just left Costco, right? I needed a piss. I was like, let me just go. Don't be scared that people are going to misgender you. What happens? I get misgendered by an old woman. I'm in the queue. She nudges me. She goes, excuse me, this is ladies. Do you know what I did? I literally just went, I didn't even talk. And she went, oh, and then she pushed in front of me and pissed before me. That's all I wanted to tell you guys.
Okay, wait, hold on. Let's replay that.
I was like, let me
want as much attention as possible. Oh, and before I forget, not all transsexuals think the same, but all trans activists do. Trans activists have no idea what it's like to get misgendered, but I think this woman does.
So I just
okay.
left Costco, right? I needed a piss. I was like, let me just go. Don't be scared that people are going to misgender you. What happens? I get misgendered by an old woman. I'm in the queue. She nudges me. She goes, excuse me, this is ladies. Do you know what I did? I literally just went,
that doesn't look like a man, though. I
didn't even talk. And she went, oh!
Is it because she has short hair?
And then she pushed in front of me and pissed before me. That's all I wanted to tell you guys. The one time I want to try and be confident in public and show confidence, gone, taken. I will never be doing it again. I will hold it.
She's a woman with short hair, and a lot of people out in public believe that she's a boy. But she's not. She's not even a fake or a real trans person. She's just a woman with short hair. Being
yeah. But you realize that the whole anti-trans thing also plays a role in shit like that. Like, I don't think that if the, whatever, I don't think that a trans-inclusive person would say shit like that, like what the old lady said.
Perceived as a guy. That is misgendering. You can call me a transsexual guy, whatever you want. I don't care. Even though I do believe that if you call me she, it's forced. I know what I look and sound like, and if you call me she, it's only because you know, because I talk about it all the time. that I'm a biological woman. I look and sound like this today because I deal with a mental disorder. That disorder is alleviated a whole lot now, and I feel great. I feel like a human being, which is a nice feeling. And now I'm just trying to live my life as a regular 24-year-old. I think the term misgendering, and also all the other terms that they use within the trans community, is unnecessary. I think that we can all talk like normal human beings, and we don't need to create all these new terms. But maybe I'm just old-fashioned. Thank you all.
So, long story short, trans people that don't pass are, I guess, less valid for some reason. Whatever. God damn. See, before I could just be like, I just like turn my brain off or be like, oh yeah, whatever. I'm not trans. This doesn't apply to me. But it's like, oh, now that I'm a trans person that doesn't pass, it's like, oh. Okay. Oof. I don't, God damn. This is just not, I don't like that. But, okay. Well, that truly was the video of all time. Oh my god. Oh my god, this thing is falling off. Oh dear, dear. Oh dear, oh dear. Oh well. What a way to start into the new year. Yeah. Not the new year for me yet. I don't think I'm gonna stream into the new year. I don't know, maybe I do. We'll see. Yeah, I don't know. What? Oh, God. Yeah, I do need hugs. What the fuck did I just watch? What did I subject myself to? I feel, I feel worse in every conceivable way. Your hair is getting even longer, looks nice. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah. Oh my god. You know what? I think it's actually a good thing that I'm doing this because I think it illustrates a certain point, even if it's not intentional on my end. Which is, yeah, this hurts dysphoric trans people that are early in their transition more than anybody else. Like, before I started transitioning, I mean, this might have made me more repressive, which is also harmful, but in a different way. This is more of like a direct, like, oh, like, if Dylan Mulvaney is too masculine looking to pass and hasn't transitioned hard enough or whatever the fuck, even though she's literally gotten surgery, learned makeup, probably is doing voice training behind the scenes, and is on HRT and has been on HRT for a while, then what the fuck am I doing? It's like, oh. Like, oh, I haven't even gotten surgery for my face. I haven't even learned makeup, and even if I did, it's like, oh, that's not enough. And it's like, holy shit. What is enough for these people, right? Time for some positive stuff now? Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I think that the thing that pisses me off is that it's framed as like a, oh, I'm just trying to like protect the real dysphoric trans people, but it's like, I don't feel protected even though I have dysphoria. I just feel bad about myself now. Like, yeah. I don't know, it hits different when it's like, oh, here's like someone that's also trans basically saying that like you're not doing enough to be trans, and it's like, I don't know. The idea hurts all women in general too, yeah, probably. I don't know. Oh god, that just leaves a sour taste in my mouth. You don't need to be a pinup to be a valid woman. Yeah, exactly. It sucks getting shot, flying. Oh, it sucks getting shot flying at you from one of your own, in a sense. Yeah, exactly. It's like, this is like, that's the thing, is like, if it's some random, like, transphobic cis person, it's like, okay, yeah, there's like a lot of those. I don't care. But if it's like, whatever, someone that's like supposed to get my experience, someone that at one point was less than 7 months on HRT, and at one point didn't pass, at one point didn't know what the fuck they were doing. Like, that's somebody that should understand more than anybody else why their rhetoric is harmful. Because they just don't like getting turned on by trans girls. Well, that's what happened. Well, when cis men are transphobic, that, yeah, usually that's what it is. But I didn't get that impression from this guy. It wasn't like oh, he's just mad because he's horny. Because, like, if that was the case, I could just, like, point and laugh and be like, oh, it's another silly guy being horny and mad. But, yeah, I've seen so many that are clear grifters. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if he's a grifter. I know Blair White is a grifter, which makes me feel better. Calvin Guerra was... I don't think he was ever a grifter. I think he was genuine. A grifter can be a grifter that just happens to be trans, if that's what this is about. Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. Like Ollie London. Yeah, well, Ollie London isn't even trans. He was never trans. He said that he was gonna become Korean, and then he said he was a trans girl for like 2 months, and then detransitioned and talked about the horrors of transitioning. And it's like, you medically transitioned for 2 months or some shit, or I don't even know if he had medically transitioned at all. Maybe he did. I don't know. I just know that he put a lot more effort into trying to look Korean than he did into trying to look like a girl. Like, okay, clearly he doesn't have the best priorities. That's one of the few people I'm comfortable with saying, okay, where was the effort going? Because, like, okay, it is, right. But that's because he put so much effort into trying to look Korean. It was really, oh god, ugh. That dude gives me the fucking heebie-jeebies. I don't like him. Oh my god. Ollie London is a whole other rotten box. Yeah. See, that's the thing, though, is like, Ollie London has always been the kind of person where it's like, I can point and laugh. And, like, I don't know. I feel like in the past, I would have been able to watch a video from someone like the offensive tranny and just, like, I don't know, point, laugh, and point out all the hypocrisies. And I did a little bit of that, but, like, it's like, oh, now that you, like, it's more difficult when you're, like, directly affected, and it's like, oh, fuck. But, yeah, no, the thing that pisses me off the most, I guess the thing that does genuinely make him offensive or whatever, is it's like, I'm supposed to be in the category of people that he would be defending, but at the same time, it's like there's a good chance he would also say that I'm not a real trans, and that I'm just like a fake trans, and that I'm just a man pretending to be a woman because I'm a trans activist or some schizo shit like that, even though I have gender dysphoria. But then he'd be like, oh, you're probably just faking it or some shit. I don't fucking know. Also, your face is getting softer, like your face shape and jawline. Yeah. I hope it is. Yeah. For those trans... Yeah, the trans grifters are absolutely insecure and projecting for sure. Same. Yeah, fuck this guy. Fuck this guy. All my homies hate Ollie London for sure, though. Okay, Ollie London is kind of a lolcat, not gonna lie. So, I don't know, give him a little bit of a pass just because he's fun to laugh at. I don't know. That guy's a fucking... Yeah, he's just schizo. He's a schizoid. For happier thought, have you ever tried curling your hair before? I have not, but I might at some point. I've always kind of wanted curly hair, but I don't know how much effort that would be, but I'll probably try it at least at some point. But yeah, no, I haven't tried it. I'd like to, though. What about you, chat? What do you do? What do you do with your hair? Yeah, you didn't expect me to Uno reverse that, did you? Because getting so long, you could play around with it. Yeah, you're right. I'm probably gonna get it trimmed to get rid of the split ends or whatever. I know I keep saying that. I've said it. It's like I'm lazy. I don't feel it. Why would I? Why would I when I could just continue being a lazy fuck? I have straight long hair. I'm gonna cut mine off soon, lol. Down to my butt, and I'm sick of it. Damn. Yeah, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. Yeah, I don't know. I think one thing that stood out to me was when he said that the reason that getting misgendered wouldn't bother him is because he knows what he looks like. He knows he passes. That just makes me think, okay, so what about the trans people that don't pass? Wouldn't it be, like, the most important to gender them correctly? You know, based on that, where it's like, oh, the reason you're confident is because you do pass. So you're implying if you didn't pass, you wouldn't be confident, and it would negatively affect you if you didn't pass. Oh, wow. Crazy. Anyways. I want my hair to go... Fuck. Everyone always wants hair that they don't have. People with straight hair want curly hair. People with curly hair want straight hair. People with long hair want short hair. People with short hair want long hair. No one is ever satisfied. You can try sock curls. Yeah, I don't know. If I were to get curly hair, I don't know what kind of curls I'd get. I would just get whatever looks the best. Oh my god. I don't know how long I'm gonna have my hair before I cut it. Like, as in, like, oh, this is, like, not just, like, trimming split ends, but, like, as in, like, oh, get it shorter, you know? I mean, I remember there was, like, a... kind of, like, a while, and this is all, like, you know, and shown in, like, past live streams, like, my hair was, like, just starting to touch my shoulders, and that feels so short now. Like, thinking about my hair only going like barely touching my shoulders. That's like weird. Sock curls method. Okay. I cut only when it goes past my. Okay, you're fucking psychotic. What the fuck? I mean, good luck growing your hair, but past your feet. Good fucking luck. Anyways. Your hair has grown out like crazy in the last few months. Has it really? Must be all the estrogen I've been taking. Oh, I will say though, I might not have access to estrogen in like for like just like a few days, because basically I'm retarded. I'm so smart that I somehow managed to miss my appointment. So yeah, well, I was late to it. I was 30 minutes late because I'm retarded. And then yeah, so I've got like, so I had to schedule a new appointment on it's on January 12th. I think I only have like 2 or 3 days left of estrogen and Spyro. So yeah, I don't know. I requested refills, but I don't know if I'll get them. I haven't gotten them yet. So yeah, that was something I was beating myself up over for a while. It's one of the reasons my sleep schedule is so terrible right now, is I can stop fucking thinking about it. I was like, oh shit. I don't know. Like, oh no, what if that's like, no, I don't want to think about it. No, I can't help it. I can't, oh god. But yeah, if you're wondering why my sleep schedule is somehow even worse than usual, that's why. Ugh. Yeah, I don't know. Here's the thing is like I'm not late to things on purpose. I don't miss things on purpose. I'm literally just retarded. And I like, and if it's something important, like I'll literally just spend like an hour beating myself up over it. Like, I don't know. I'm not looking forward to the first 12 days of January. I guess yeah, ugh. Sometimes life just happens that way. It's like, and it's like, okay, I know it's like only like whatever, like less than 2 weeks, and like whatever, technically, before I went on HRT, I was on testosterone for like, when did I hit puberty? I was like 10 or 11, like 9 years. It's like, okay, 2 weeks out of compared to 9 years, that's fucking nothing. But it's like, I just, oh my god. Ugh. I'm gonna fucking cry again. Holy shit. And it's like, the worst part is like, I do this to myself by being dumb. If I was not retarded, this wouldn't be a problem. Like, if I just knew how to like perform basic human functions, like doing stuff properly, then it would, yeah. I get it. It's the thing that changes you in the way you want, and also your life. Of course, it'd be frustrating to miss it. Yeah. Well, it's not just that, but it's like, oh no, I'm scared that like the changes will get reversed, and then like testosterone will make me look more masculine, which is the whole reason I went on estrogen in the first place, is because I was, I fucking hate the way testosterone masculinizes people like me that don't want to be. I'm glad it masculinizes people that do want to be masculinized, but I'm not one of them. I don't think you will undo. Well, I'm not saying I'm gonna undo all the but I feel like, I don't know, and maybe I'm just fucking schizo, but like, I don't know. Hope you can get more soon. Yeah, I'm fucking scared, and you don't just lose your muscle because you take a break from the gym. Yeah, but you lose muscle a lot faster than you gain it. That analogy is kind of what I was thinking of, because it's like, oh shit, what if I lose it way faster than I gain it? And then it's like I go backwards. Ugh. And it's like, I'm just starting to get to the point where I'm like starting to like maybe past at least some people. And it's like, oh, what if I don't? After that, and then it's like, oh, I go backwards. I can't fucking, I don't understand. You will get your stuff again soon. Yeah, and what I think I'm gonna keep doing, I started doing this like yesterday, I think. Yeah. Is I am taking 1 Spyro and 1 estradiol tablet a day instead of 2, so it's like I have less days where I have nothing. Fasting isn't all about hormones. I'm sure it helps though. Yeah, hormones make a huge difference. And I don't know. I also don't like the way I feel on testosterone. It's like a really bad feeling looking back. I don't like it. You feel different. Like, you feel the same but different. I will say the one thing I'll enjoy is being horny. Do you have blockers? Well, that's the thing, is I'm running out of both. I'm running out of both. I'm a femboy, never want to be trans, but I want to pass. But I like being masked though. Yeah, that's the difference between you and me. I fucking hate being masked. See, that's I guess that's one way you can tell the difference between just like someone that's just a femboy and like a trans girl that thinks they're a femboy, is how do they feel about being masked, or like most of the time, right? Like, because that's the thing, is like if you're just a femboy, chances are you kind of like both. You like being femme, and you kind of like being masked too, or perceived as just like a boy, right? If you're trans, it's like, oh, the more femme, the better, in general. You know? Well, if you're a trans girl, I mean. Obviously, if you're a trans man, it's gonna be the opposite, right? Oh my god. Yeah, it's cool for me to learn stuff from you because we are different. Yeah. Well, I'm glad you can learn stuff from me. Oh my, I'm sorry, this stream has gotten depressing. Can a trans woman be a femboy? I mean, doesn't have, I mean, yeah, technically, I guess, why not? Because that's the thing, is like, what does femboy really refer to? I mean, I don't know. Like, a lot of trans women start out as femboys, and then they just keep calling themselves that, even when they're, like, past that point, I guess, if that makes sense. So, in that sense, at least, yeah. As a trans guy, I like being on my way to being a femboy. Yeah, that's the thing. I feel like femboys are, like, the saving grace for all trans people. Like, my older bro has also had a fucking femboy arc. Well, his femboy arc isn't, he doesn't wear like the fucking girly or slutty clothes the way I do, but you know, he's definitely kind of, so he's a little bit of a femboy. I don't care if Mango had a femboy. Well, kind of. Kind of. I don't know if I'd say it was a femboy arc, but like, I don't know. Well, it's because like there's like this in-between area, right? When you're transitioning, either way, right? If you're going from female to male, it's going to be easier to pass as like a femboy than like a masculine dude. If you're going from female to male, or sorry, male to female, it's going to be easier to pass as a femboy than just like a regular girl, right? It's easier because like that's the thing, is femboys are at this like androgynous midpoint in a sense. So that's what I mean by that. But yeah, no, I wouldn't say that he had like a femboy arc the same way I have. But it's a nice safe haven. Yeah. It's like a, yeah, exactly. That's exactly how I feel about it. It's like, oh, it's like this cool middle area that's very affirming, you know? I'm starting to know it's a good middle ground, though. But usually cisgender, yeah. But it can be used as like a middle ground. And that's why there are like trans men who become femboys, which seems counterintuitive until you really think about it, right? Because femboys are masculine compared to what they started out as. They started out as girls, and now they're boys, right? That's the gender affirming part. Whereas for trans girls that are eggs, the gender affirming part is the fem part, the being feminine. So it's like a, you get, yeah. Yeah, like they would be trans mask. Yeah, exactly. I don't hate girly stuff just because I identify as male. I'm not a prima donna, but I also like to look cute, damn it. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if I'd... Yeah, I don't know. Well, I guess to be a femboy, you don't have to like girly things. I don't know. there's like a certain vibe that femboys have that like it's more about like the androgyny aspect of it than anything else. What should we do about slurs in your server? Just I don't want to ban slurs. That's boring. Okay, chat. This was more of like a chill stream. So it was like unplanned and whatnot. Should I leave the VOD public or should I unlist it? So you'll still have access if it's unlisted, but you'll have to go to the unlisted live streams playlist to go look at it, or in your watch history or whatever. I don't know if I want to keep this public or not. Unlist it? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Public? I'm not sure. I'll let you guys decide. If you're unsure, unlist it. Okay. Whatever you want. I missed the first two. Yeah, like if you missed it, then you can you can still watch it unlisted. I'm not gonna unlist all of my streams. The fuck? Are you stupid? Well, a lot of them are like watchable as videos, but this was formatted more like a stream. It was more spontaneous. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna unlist all of them. Are you retarded? I might keep this one in public just out of spite because you said that. Like, why would I? Will you keep it on Kick Replay? I mean, yeah. But it's easier to access from my YouTube, I'm pretty sure. I don't know. Maybe you can clip parts into a video. Yeah, I mean, it's not like you're not going to have access to the VOD if I unlist it. It's literally just, I don't know if I want to keep it public on my channel or just unlist it. You know what I mean? They aren't like watching a video. You should edit those ones you feel could be videos and upload them as videos. I see what you're saying. I mean, I guess. Videos should do better for your channel than live streams. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. This live has great parts. Yeah. And what normie goes back to watch live stream VODs? I don't know. I would do that. Like if the VODs are good, and you can usually tell if they're good if they've got a thumbnail and a title, like the way a video would. Like you can tell it's high quality shit. I mean, considering the fact that okay. I mean, this is a just chatting stream, but still. And like whenever I do like I don't know, like say for instance a Drama-yos stream where I just talk about YouTube drama. I feel like I do a better job covering it in like a long format video slash stream slash podcast than most people do in like actual videos. If that makes sense. I don't know. Maybe other people are just shit at what they do. Or maybe I'm just insanely good. Or maybe it's some of each. I don't know. I'm guessing it's some of each. I don't know. I might keep it public. Because I know I've kept other just chatting streams public before, so there's precedent for it. They'd rather have all of that info put into a video that they can have on in the background compared to having that, plus having to listen to you talk to chat, and the silence when you go to the bathroom. Well, to be fair, the silence when I go to the bathroom was only because I was doing a funny bit. It was a good gag, okay? I had to play Hassan content, but not all viewers have that much of an attention span. Yeah, that's true. I mean, I'm thinking what I'm gonna do is maybe streams like this all unlist and maybe keep some segments public, like, or as in like I'll clip segments and then upload those separately as like full-on videos, and then there'll be some streams where it's like I just keep the entire, like, for instance, when I do like a Lyreoz stream, like I'll keep those public because it's like the entire thing is like me either covering the drama or arguing with chat about the drama, which I think it's like, I don't know. I don't feel like editing all of that into like a video. It's like, I don't know. It's more of like a podcast type thing where like the whole point is like analyzing something for way too long. Videos will get you more views and grow your channel. That's true. Like a highlight reel, and then people want to catch your live streams. Yeah. No, I think you might be right. I mean, I can do that without unlisting these, but yeah, I think you're right for sure. Yeah, you're absolutely right. You know what? I think I'm gonna unlist this, and I've got some videos to edit. That's for sure. Oh my god. Also, how does one become mod? I don't know. Occasionally I'll give it out. I'm not gonna give any people mod for a while now, but maybe don't unlist old stuff, but going forward, I mean, going forward, again, it's gonna depend on what the live stream is. If it's like a really good live stream, then I'm gonna keep it public. If it's more of like a casual stream, then I'll private it. Because here's the thing, right? If like the main focus is having it be more interactive, sort of like this, for the vast majority of the time, then yeah, I'm probably gonna unlist it. See, that's the thing, is like, this is like a longer stream, so I'm more laid back, right? Does that make sense? Whereas like, how many days ago was my previous stream? 2 days ago. Wow, I'm so good. And then 7 days ago. Like if you like if we go here, right? I think there's some of these that could be unlisted. Maybe, but like this, I thought I did a good job covering this stuff. I don't think this needs to become a separate video. This was just me going over the Twitch. Like this is so, like this is like made to be a long format, right? Same with like the dream stuff. Even this was meant to be one stream, but it got fucked. This is gonna turn into like a very condensed video. I might clip some stuff from this. This I'm probably gonna unlist and clip some stuff from it. I know I have a private stream with a segment I might want to upload. But yeah, I'm kind of I have a lot of videos from like that stem from streams that I want to upload. So I just need to start editing them. Overwhelming task. That can work depending on the type of content. Yeah. Here's the thing though, is like I don't know how high quality I should make it. Like should I like edit the shit out of it, or should I like sort of do what Vosh does where it's like there's 3 jump cuts? I don't know. I feel like I'm entertaining enough to the point where I don't know. I don't have to edit it that much if it's like just one segment. I don't know. I mean, people are watching the entire live streams sometimes, so people are willing to watch it for hours, and it's like, oh, well, 20-minute segment, 30-minute segment. That's not too bad. And then I could like churn them out like every day or something. I don't know. Maybe not even every day, but like maybe what I could do is I stream like every few days, but each stream has like 3 videos worth of segments basically. And then I upload every day. I don't know. But also I feel like, I don't know though, because I also kind of set a precedent for like high quality, high effort content. It's like if you look at all these videos, aside from a few of like the first 3 maybe are kind of low effort. But after that, like they start getting kind of high effort. Like this one is absolutely high effort, even though it was recorded during a stream, very high effort editing. This one, super high effort. This one, very high effort. This one, very high effort. This one, pretty high effort. Decently high effort. This one was actually low effort. This one was kind of low effort, but I wanted to talk about that. Low-ish effort, medium effort, kind of high effort, kind of high effort, mid-high, definitely. I'd say this one was high effort just because I made a diss track. This one was medium. Yeah, I don't know. So it's like, I don't know. After posting all this high effort stuff, I don't know if I want to... I was in the We Need to Talk video. Oh yeah, I remember that. Man, was that hard. So like, I don't know if I want to like do like daily upload type stuff, or if I should like save that for a second channel. I don't know. Post videos of the streams on the second channel? Alright, yeah, I could do that. I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'll put them on the femboykali channel. Like Tom Dark, yeah. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah. You have many options. Do it feels good to you? Why, thank you. That is very much appreciated. Oh my god. Do you stream on Twitch too? No, I only stream on YouTube and Kick. I multi-stream on 2 platforms because that's the most that Restream.io will let me do without paying them money. Yeah. Oh my god, I just realized I'm really cold. Anyways, I hope you all enjoyed. If you did, make sure to let me know by smashing like. Subscribe if you want to see more content like this. And I will see you all in the next video. Unless I die in a tragic house fire. Or maybe you die in a tragic house fire, and that's why you don't see the video. Who knows? Oh, wow, what a mystery. Okay, one more fit check, because I'm wearing epic mate outfit. Yeah, anyways. Ooh. Oh my god, it's actually so cold. Ooh, I have to be careful. So why is my thigh high slipping down? Okay, anyways. The maid dress, yeah. Happy New Year, everybody. I'm not gonna stream for another basically 2 hours. Hi gang, yeah. Hi gang is so based. Okay, Happy New Year, everybody. I'm gonna unlist the stream. Cause, yeah, and I have some editing to do. Second channel videos coming soon. Yeah. But yeah, I think what I'm gonna do is, like, all of my videos, or like most of them, are gonna be recorded during streams, I think. Second channel videos are gonna be more low effort. And then main channel videos are gonna be super condensed, highly edited shit. Like, really good. Almost not highlights necessarily, but like kind of like what my most recent video was. Like the Femboy Destroys Femboy Haters Part 8 was technically recorded during a live stream, but it doesn't feel like a stream segment. It feels like a video, right? And that's very intentional. And I think I'm gonna do something similar going forward for like video content on this, whereas I guess stream segments on the second channel will feel like video content, but also kind of like stream segments, like what you'd expect to see on like Vash's channel, but with me instead. So like better, kind of, maybe, unless you like Vash better than me, in which case then I guess not. I don't know. But yeah, anyways, sorry, that was a really long outro. It's okay, this is gonna get unlisted anyway. Goodbye. Bye-bye. But what if I didn't end the stream? That would be epic. That would be so wacky. Oh my god. That'd be crazy. Wow. Oh my goodness gracious. Okay, I need to stop. What the fuck am I doing? What am I even doing?